Hey, everybody, and welcome to the Fart Fetish Podcast once again. It's that podcast where we seek to find the answers to the what, where, how, and sometimes why of fart fetish, and try to give a nuanced picture of the people who have fetishes. I'm your host, Raj. Check out new episodes of the Fart Fetish Podcast every first Friday of the month on fartfetishpodcast.com, as well as most major podcast platforms. You can support me and the show by checking out the ad-supported erotic fart content on thefartcloset.com. And now I'd like to introduce Deae Ructum to the podcast. Deae is a burp fetishist, and we dig into some of that fetish with her, but we also discuss so much more in this episode, including Deae's experiences navigating fetish and kink spaces as a trans woman, the ethical complexities of having a fetish for an involuntary act like burping and farting, as well as some of the complications around the media representation of our fetishes. We even discuss if normalization should be the aim of this podcast. But that's barely the half of what we talk about in this episode, so let's dive right into the Fart Fetish Podcast. Thank you for being here, Deae. I'd like to actually ask you about your alias first, Deae Ructum. Is that something you thought up? Does it have like roots in lore? Is there some kind of backstory behind it?
Yeah, there's a point recently where I was like wanting to sort of rebrand all of my fetish accounts because some of them had gotten sort of like different names and stuff, and I was like, I just need them all to be on one thing. And also, I think my former email address was something that I used before. It was like a fetish account. I was like, I don't want that to like link back up to stuff if people are looking. So I was like, how do I get all of my accounts under the same name? And I was like, I want something that is a little bit less cringe than some of my other aliases that I've gone by. So I wanted something that sounded kind of like a Deus ex machina, so I was looking at, like, Latin phrases, so Deae Ructum is the belch of the goddess.
I see. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. And
And if
I
you have any, Latin-speaking listeners, I'm probably, butchering that because I don't know Latin. I was just using, Google Translate, but,
I, I'm
we do our
sure
best.
I'm sure the followers of Latin will be very forgiving. They seem like it. Um, I was gonna say though that's a very smart maneuver on your part. I mean the branding in general, but like the I think a lot of people forget about the privacy and security safety issues of like not thinking about like where's this email attached to, where's this go back to, and I'm not saying people should be afraid, but at the same time taking your online safety important I think is important no matter who you are. I mean gamers have this problem of doxing, and they have no roots to, I mean some of them probably do, but they have no roots to any kind of fetishizations or things like that either, and they still have to worry about their safety because you never know
For
who's out
sure.
there.
Yeah, I also had an encounter once where, like, you have all of your, like, alternate Gmail addresses, like, where you can switch between them, and I had an encounter at school one time where I was letting somebody log into one of my accounts to do something on my phone, and I realized they could, like, see my fetish account there, and it had, like, a rectifile in the name, and I was like, "They don't know what that means." I'm like, "Sure," but also I don't wanna take that risk in the future to have something that's, like, pretty easily readable, to an outsider if they stumble across it.
No, absolutely. That makes a lot of sense. Well, and that kind of leads us into the first question I usually ask everyone is what does this fetish and sexuality in general look like to you, for you? Like how help us paint that picture so we know a little bit about who you are.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you'll say this in your introduction, but, I'm in the burp fetish community, and so I feel like I'm a little bit of an outsider in here, and I've listened to all of the podcast episodes, I'm all caught up, so I feel like I've gotten a lot from your podcast, but I still feel like I'm a little bit of an outsider coming into this. So I hope that your listeners will get something out of my experiences in the same way that I've gotten a lot out of the experiences that your previous guests have shared from within the fart fetish community. Um, okay, is that where do I go from there? So as far as my experiences, I've sort of dealt with having this fetish for about a decade of my life. It's hard to trace back like exact roots and stuff, but I've definitely had a more complicated relationship with it. Something where it's something I've kind of grappled with, not always negatively, but it's definitely something I've been maybe more critical about than some of the other people in my community, and it's made me look in certain particular ways about my sexuality. Like I'm a trans woman and a lesbian, and I think that puts me a little bit outside of some of the experiences of peers in this community, but it also sort of influences perspectives on sexuality in general, I think.
Sure. Sure. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. What kind of like aspects and themes around the burp fetish do you enjoy? Like what I guess one of the simpler ways of asking is like when you go to like watch adult content, what would the themes of those contents be?
No, it's interesting because like you've talked very specifically about like your fantasies, of like face sitting and domination and degradation. Like it feels like there is a set thing that you're into in relation to the fart fetish, and I'm not really sure if I like have that so much with the burp fetish. Like it feels to me like I'm interested in the content, like just videos in general, and there are specifics that I'm into, but it's maybe less revolving around like certain specific fantasies of it more than just the general thing. But in terms of the content I'm interested in, it's usually more recently I've gotten much more into like community created content, so not stuff being made by outsiders or models, but stuff that's like either artwork made by people within a fetish community or like video games. I think my biggest contribution to the community is I keep an itch.io list, if you know what itch.io is, of all of the games that sort of like feature burp fetish content because there's a surprising sort of community of that is creating interesting stuff there that I find uh, cool, neat.
For sure, for sure. I don't want to spend too much time on that, but do you find a lot of those games are made for fetish purpose? Are some of them made just for humor? Is it a mixture of both? What would you say?
Yeah, I think they are all very much fetish based. Like they're not all necessarily like for the burp fetish, but a lot of them are. There's a site called Weight Gaming, which is centered around like fetish based like weight gain fetish video games. So that's where I find a lot of this stuff. Even if I'm not like maybe if I have somewhat a complicated relationship with like weight gain fetishism, where it's not really what I'm into, but I also find a lot of that stuff features stuff that I am into. So I spend a lot of time on there, and when I'm looking for content, which is, I'm going to be honest, a little bit less recently, where I maybe not spending as much time looking at fetish content as of late. And this stuff always kind of changes what I'm interested in.
For sure. That makes a lot of sense. Could you expand a little more on what you mean by the kind of complicated relationship you have with the weight gain side of things?
Oh, I think we all have kind of like adjacent interests to our fetish. So like, I think once you realize like, oh, I am sexually interested in burping, then like, what is sort of like connected to that, right? Like a lot of content is going to play on like burping and something else, and that something else is not always something that I'm like into, but maybe I sort of like uh it is stuff that I'm at least able to accept more and can get more into because of the fetish stuff. And I guess I sort of wonder sometimes whether it kind of like I know you've talked a lot about like how do fetishes develop, and I wonder like does some of it start to become like, you know, like I can enjoy the burping, I can enjoy the burping with the weight gain, but at what point can I enjoy the weight gain on its own? And I'm not sure. Like I find um like fat attractive to a certain degree, but not necessarily like at people. Like the quality of fat, the like folding of skin, I think can be really really arousing. But I'm not like necessarily fully into the like uber inflation obesity stuff, you know. But I think there's just general sort of like adjacent stuff to my burp fetish around like just consumption fetishes in general, that maybe are a little bit more complicated and aren't as much like for burp fetish stuff. I'm not into like everything out there, of course, but it's more like kind of a general bet that that stuff is going to do it for me or is going to do something for me. Um, and the other stuff maybe will do something for me that's related around, eating, drinking, whatnot. Um, and maybe not right now, but at some point we should talk more about vor and how that relates to, because I have a complicated relationship with vor in relation to that too, because a lot of this sort of like weight gain stuff is also kind of vor adjacent, and I've claimed on occasions that I'm not into vor, but also like if you look at my my fetish Twitter feed. It's a lot of vor, and I like the posts of a lot of that. So it's like I feel like maybe I'm protesting too much at times.
Interesting. I see what you're saying on these tying threads. I feel it's a bit like in terms of how, like for me, I see farting as an aspect under face sitting, but obviously many people do face sitting completely separately of farting, and also people do farting completely separately of face sitting. So despite them actually being completely different kinks related around the butt, I guess, um, they are, you know, for people who have, you know, the fetishes, or whether it be the adjacent interest as well, they kind of become a, like, it almost becomes like a tree. My, you know, my fetish starts at the top here, or maybe you want to start at, say, the bottom at the roots, but either way, it all stems from the starting point, the main fetish, which I think for myself, despite this being the fart fetish podcast, and I've said it a few times, I think the main fetish for me is femdom. um they start to branch down or up from there. You know, that's the core, and then the adjacent fetishes, or the fetishes around it, are kind of stemming from that core.
Sure, I think that that definitely resonates with me, where I feel like there are adjacent things to the burp fetish, but they're maybe not always like reliant, you know? Like it's not always directly connected or whatnot. But I think like I recently made a spreadsheet of all of my sort of like potential fetish stuff that I'm interested in that I've either like know that I'm into or I'm considering that I might be into. And like, you know, the burping is like the obvious one, but then there's a lot of like sort of like sub stuff that's maybe to a lesser degree, but oftentimes can branch off. And there's stuff that's kind of like on completely different paths, you know, where it's not really related at all and doesn't really have a connection to the burp fetish.
Sure, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I feel that way similarly about like feet or whatever. Like, I'm not a huge feet fan, but I'm definitely not going to be against them. They definitely can be used appropriately, I guess, in a dominating context, which again goes back to the core being the dominate. Like, having someone like, these are my feet, I'm like, interesting, cool. But like, if they're like pushing them on my face, that's a much more arousing or engaging activity, even if I'm not a foot fan, because it goes back to
Yeah,
that. It
I
goes back
think
to that core.
the context is really important for stuff. And I've like been thinking recently with like sort of maybe step outside of this kind of fetish line, but just in more general romantic sexual stuff. Like there's a lot of things that I wouldn't say I'm like into, but in the right context, I think I would be interested in. Like I was having like sort of fantasies is maybe too strong of a word, but considerations of like water sports and blood play stuff. And it's like I don't think I'm into that. But also like in a particular context I was thinking about, it was like maybe, you know, maybe that would work like with the right person, you know, like more that I would want to do that with a particular person, but maybe I wouldn't be into that in other situations, you know?
Absolutely, absolutely, and I think what you say about context really matters too, even in the moment, because I think I talked about it on the show already, but I have experienced water sports, and the logistics of like getting from a like bed to a shower, really kind of takes a lot of the mood out of it. Like, again, you don't want to ruin bedding, mattresses, whatever. At the same time, the very real logistics of like going to a place where it is acceptable to uh pee would be, it sometimes takes a lot of the fire or the like juice out of it. I guess there's ways to like maintain it, like, oh, I'm gonna pull you to the bathroom or whatever, you know, like, again, this would be for the dominating context. But yeah, I agree that the context really does add a lot to it. And you started talking a lot. You started talking about some of the other adjacent fetishes. Would you say that was the bulk of them? Do you have other fetishes that you feel are related or unrelated to burp fetish that you hadn't mentioned?
Yeah, let me think. Like I think um like I'm definitely into some Dom stuff too, but I think I'm generally more into like soft Dom. like, like maybe bordering on mommy dom, but I don't really like that term because maybe has like I have a fine relationship with my mother, and I don't think that it's quite like that. But something in the softer sort of domain of domination, and then just general sort of like some of the related stuff like other latex strap-ons. I have this weird thing for like skating pads. I think they can be really attractive. Um, I think like muscles, a little bit of giantess, but like more sort of like just tall women, but not so much like 30-foot women.
More the maybe Amazon
Yeah.
rather than the giantess, or at least the fantasy giantess, anyways.
Yeah. Well, I think the big part of that is that I'm a very tall woman, and so it's very hard for me to find like other tall women in the world, even though that's kind of part of the dominating fantasy I might have in my would-be sexual life. So I think maybe allowing it to be a little more fantastical is an easier sort of fantasy.
Sure. When you say dominating for yourself, are you talking about being the dom or being the sub in that sense?
Being the sub, sorry. But yeah, definitely being the sub.
Okay, that just wasn't clear. Um, this question's a little. I mean, it's new. I kind of it seems out of nowhere, but I kind of actually curious about it as well. Who was the first person, like real or fictional, that you recall having an attraction to, or recall feeling that?
Yeah, I noticed I don't think you'd asked that one on the show before, so I was curious when I saw you mention that in your email. It's a hard one for me to answer that because, like, honestly, like, I remember being, like, attracted to women as early as, like, preschool, but I think that there's something complicated about, do you know what compet is?
I don't think I've heard that.
Compulsory heterosexuality? Like, as a trans woman who, was raised and socialized as a man, there's all this media about being, like, heterosexual, which is tied to being attracted to women. Um, so, like, I think it's hard to determine, like, as a kid, how much of that was, like, me being genuinely attracted versus sort of understanding how media teaches you what an attractive person looks like and how you should feel about them. So that was something that I could understand at a young age, but maybe wasn't necessarily feeling fully authentically, and maybe had more authentic interests as time developed. But like I remember being attracted to like classmates in preschool, in a certain kind of way, but maybe it wasn't like what we were talking about. And I feel like I've had different levels of being attracted to people as my life has gone on, as things have changed with my life.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense, and absolutely, this question will be very individual for each person. I think some people will, some people for it was celebrities or somebody they saw on TV. I think you're right about the media being a strong influence, and I do imagine that is a very confusing um, paradigm to deal with. The kind of the heteronormativity normalcy of media versus having differing thoughts at all. I think that's why I think we have a question about it later, but I think that's why I kind of am a bit defensive towards the um being leaning towards fetish exposure being okay in content made for children and young and or teens, because I think that exposure really can break some of that what was normal. I think we're fortunate to be living in a time where, I mean, it's not happening enough, but there are media examples that exist that are not just following the exact normal paradigms. But back in the day, that was very hard to see. It was always like, the typical family with the two kids, the mom and the dad. And that was like every TV show, every cartoon, every whatever was always that. It was never anything else. And if it was outside of that, it was often um if not vilified, it was satirized and mocked in a way that wouldn't give people a good feeling of representation at the time. I think some shows maybe have done that line properly. I mean, I think of like one thing I think of Borders is like All in the Family, and some of its critique and whatever on race. But I mean, that was the time. We have now almost need for that to happen on a sexual level. These bold producers able to both empower and willing to take on the kind of challenging the normalcy of the sexuality that we know and see represented on TV and movies.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, I kind of have complicated feelings about, like, representation in media, like, as a queer person, I think there's maybe a struggle sometimes to, like, sort of how media is intended to, like, represent you and speak for you in a kind of way that can sometimes feel actually more invalidating in how, like, it maybe misses the mark at times or tries to create, like, a more comprehensive experience of, like, say, what it is to be a lesbian or to be trans, um because, like, but I think the more representation we have, the clearer that is, and on your point, I think about just media in general, like, um, I think for me, it was definitely complicated that I knew I was attracted to women at a young age, but I didn't know that I was trans yet until, um, really only, like, sure of that, like, a few years ago, and it's like those things maybe don't go as easily together because of the sort of compulsory heterosexuality of it, where, like, I think people who, um, are trans women and are attracted to men maybe have an easier time, like, identifying with female characters in media because they can see what women attracted to men look like in a way that I wonder if I was exposed to more, like, lesbian representation in media at a younger age, if that would have affected anything for me, if that would have allowed me to sort of see that, like, the ways that I'm attracted to women are not the ways that a straight man is attracted to women, you know?
For sure. For sure. Well, and I think there is a the problem with putting this on the media, I'll get off the media, but the problem with putting this on the media is they're still beholden to all the same monetary interests that sometimes when they try to do representation, they like, okay, we'll just get a straight actor to play a gay character. We'll get, a non-trans character to play a trans character. Like they sometimes don't think about the way that it could be easy to caricature a character if you don't actually come from that background. A lot of people, and I get into this debate being in media, is people get into the thought of like, oh, it's just acting. They're actors. You have to let them act in roles that are, diverse and different and whatever. And I think that's, I agree with that to a point, but I also think with this new idea of like representation, it becomes as sort of like letting a white actor play a black actor. Like you can't just let like people swap out for life experience. Like obviously the white actor playing a black actor, that's a very um uh apparent switch, but it's not as apparent when we're talking about sexuality. And I think that's why sometimes the media think they can get away with it. It's like just having a straight actor say I'm gay, and now suddenly it's okay and it's representative of that experience.
I think that's maybe a little bit complicated though, just because of, like, I know some people have discussed that with, like, the need to out oneself in public for that, like an actor, maybe if we take that to its extreme, an actor couldn't play a gay character without sort of, like, having to come out first, and that maybe puts them in a complicated position, or, like, how that relates to, like, bi or pan actors, where it's like, are they sort of gay enough for the role, you know? But I definitely see that with, like, transness and stuff that's maybe a little bit less flexible. Like, I think sexuality maybe exists in a more flexible space where once you're able to represent that, I think a lot of it, if the sort of creative forces behind it are being honest and maybe have more of that experience, then I think the actors who are performing it maybe are less important as long as they're fitting the less mutable criteria. But I think, like, just having more representation that is sort of honest and coming from, like, a true space from a creative voice is kind of the only option, because I think, like, having complex, messy representation, like, especially of trans people in media, is really important, but also, like, any singular instance can't be taken as, like, the story, you know? It has to be kind of a combination of a bunch of stuff that'll speak to a lot of people and show the diversity of experience.
Well, I think that's the issue of our time. We need the time to have more of those characters in more things rather than just like, okay, we did it one time in one show and now we're done. It needs to be, you know, many characters in many different shows. Not like every character needs to be, but like having a character um that kind of fits people's existence. You know, maybe not every single show. I mean, I say yes, but like to show the diversity of existence in life, I think it's important to really stretch that, as you say, the kind of where this media is coming from, the source material. Because I yeah, you're I agree with your idea that more or less the actor may not be as important as the material itself, or the intention of the material, whoever wrote it, whoever, what their goal was. Um, yeah, I think that's a lot of. But I think, yeah, it will be the seeing more of those characters that will provide that better, just better example, better world of like, oh, there's a diverse there's a diverse, no one person is a monolith of one community.
For sure.
How did you or how and when, I suppose, did you become aware of your burp fetish, and what were some of your experiences at that time?
Yeah, well, it's kind of complicated because I think whenever we try to trace like the history of something that we've like been with for a while, it's easy to sort of like try to tell a particular story about it to ourselves, to take moments that we can remember and put them in an order that sort of makes sense. And I think life's just often more complicated than that. Like I look back to sort of see like when did I first like record something? When is the first like unscrubbed bit of my browser history that mentions it? And it was about a decade ago, is what I can trace, back in 2014 when I was 13 years old, that I can find mention of it. But you know, it could go back further. But I remember, well, I don't remember like when I started like being interested in it in like a sexual way. But I remember like as a kid feeling kind of like uncomfortable around burping in media and in person. And I think that's probably more of a thing when you're a kid. And I don't think that's like unusual. Like it's kind of uh, societally considered a gross act. And so I don't think having some sort of disgust or complicated feelings around it is maybe unusual. And I think as I got less restricted internet access as I was growing older, and allowed to maybe look certain stuff up, that I was sort of drawn to looking more into burping, like just in general. And I think I kind of stumbled across certain fetish content. So I think it's kind of difficult to say like, did I have the fetish before I found like fetish content of it? Did that influence how I was feeling, or was I looking it up because I already had the fetish? Or I don't know. Like it gets messy and complicated. And the first like mentions of it that I can find in like early diaries I was keeping or in my browser history, like I mentioned, is explicitly in a fetish context. Like I don't know. Like I wish I had records of like how it actually developed step by step. And I know I had like I'm pretty sure, again, I can't trace exact like timeline on this, that I had other like interests in other fetish stuff that wasn't the burping fetish before I started looking into that. And it's hard to tell like what influenced what. If I can tell a little story here, I remember when I was younger, I was actually really into like body expansion stuff. Was kind of the first like fetish stuff I was exposed to, like breast and ass expansion, which I'm not really into anymore. And I think it has a certain juvenile connotation for me now, as far as just sort of like early sexual development. No judgment, I guess, to any listeners who might share that. But I know there was at some point though where I stumbled across like a flash animation featuring that also featured burping, and I have no idea like if that was a kickstarting of something, maybe go deeper, if it just happened to be like an overlap of things I was already into at the time. But it's sort of odd that I can remember that certain point of that overlap, that I remember that things overlap, but I can't remember whether that was the beginning of something or if it just happened that that was an overlapping of things.
For sure, for sure. Well, and I think you're right. Despite me asking that question on the show about origins, uh, it's not a question that can really be answered because we can't go back. Maybe hypnotism can do that. I don't know. I don't know if that can reach into your subconscious or not. I've never explored it, but yes, I think I agree with what you're saying on the idea that it is easy to kind of pick through the I would imagine mostly emptiness of our past memories and like, oh, there's this and there's this and there's these few moments and try to put a puzzle together that maybe is not right when you have all the pieces. When you even though you can't get all the pieces, when you have them, the puzzle would be wrong with the way you put the puzzle together. Um, I I don't know. I don't. I don't know if anyone on the show has talked as like for my experience. I mean, I remember. Um. Uh. I remember in first grade, my fantasies were fart and domination based without even they were prepubescent. They were actually for men at the time. So giant men, giant asses breaking through the wall of the school and it's sucking up my teacher into the ass and farting over all the kids and whatever. That memory's very vivid to me and I have the timeline for it because there's lots of memories tied up into it, probably not none I want to get into at the moment, but um yeah, I don't know if anyone else, and this is not me saying like I'm some whatever figure, I'm just saying like for me personally, I tie into going into like the question of like, did I have this fetish before or did it develop? Was I influenced by something? I mean, I personally really lean towards the inborn aspect. In my estimation, just because given what I can trace back, it doesn't make I don't have another idea around that. But of course, it's not. There's no answer to that question whether it's true or not. Regardless.
Yeah, I think generally, like, I just side on more of like a sort of social influence on stuff that's not necessarily always like this thing made me this way, but like in some ways things build up and develop over your life. I think that there's maybe a complicated history of like the born this way sort of line of thinking, especially around like queerness, where I know like for a while that was like kind of a major point that gay people would make is like, well, I can't help it. I was born this way, like the Lady Gaga song and all. That it's just something that you're that way and it can't change. And maybe that's like easier for straight people to sort of accept, like that if something isn't developed socially, that it is that it's like
More valid. More valid.
yeah, it's more valid, it's more acceptable because it's like you can't judge someone if it's not a choice in some way. And I kind of think we've gotten past that, right? Like I think that a lot of thinking around queerness has moved past that um and there's a lot of discussion around that with like transness of like how did you become trans? Was that something that you were born as? Was it something that you just like decided to do at some point? And ultimately, when we talk about the trans question, it's often a question of um like how much medical healthcare is willing to like provide for you. Where if it is like an immutable medical condition, either one that you're born with or one that develops, but oftentimes it's easier to imagine if one is born with it that, well, of course, insurance should be paying for your health care for everything that you need. And if it's something that maybe is a more of a choice that you make, it is harder to make that argument. So just on like a practical consideration way, a lot of people sort of need to believe that it is something that you're born with, or something that's less flexible. And I'm not sure I agree. I think it's complicated though.
For sure, for sure. I mean, I mean, I can't obviously tell you your experience. That makes total sense, and I definitely agree. And um, as I said, makes sense. Um, I've leaned towards the idea, at least on this fetish. I'm not trying to speak for any other sexual experience. Um, I don't know. I don't know. Like me personally, and maybe this is just a more speaks to my screwed up development. Is the I don't have a lot of other sexuality for me personally. Um, I guess that's in a way a choice through my own like social choices, I suppose, but in a way almost like it didn't feel like a choice in the way of like how maybe it's not even the fetish, maybe it's the domination aspect. The domination aspect changed my perception of how I should be perceived to the opposite sex. And yet that is not a normal paradigm, femdom, that is, especially for youths, exploring any kind of romantic connection or anything. Um, I think there's something to the enjoying domination at a young age that is somewhat like unrelatable, either because you talk about it and people don't have that experience, or you don't talk about it and thus you feel isolated because you feel alone in this thing you enjoy. And it's not like I knew what I was doing. It's not like I was exploring BDSM in my youth in a way that maybe other people have, in talking to like one of my exes who seemed to know they were kinky very early. I just kind of had the fantasies I had about it, femdom and farting. And those didn't really connect me with a lot of people who had similar interests, or I couldn't find them if they were around me. For me, I think a lot of that question of choice comes down to maybe where that choice was made or how choices are made, how we make our own choices. Because I guess what I'm saying is I have this femdom and fart fetish, and from a young age, it's kind of made me isolated from my peers. So I thus, in my adulthood now, have adopted this sort of asexual label for myself because that seems most accurate. I'm not very sexual outside of being dominated. So, more forced type of settings, even if they are like intercourse or whatever, I kind of need them or like them to be dominating. Now, was I asexual from the get-go at conception? Or did I become asexual because the sexualities for whatever reason I've developed, which don't seem like a choice, not choosing fart fetish or female domination specifically at a young age. What is the conclusion to the lack of social connection and thus building up other sexuality within myself, having regular intercourse with my peers at whatever age that may be, whatever appropriate sexual active age may be, because I wasn't having those sexual connections with my peers, I leaned more heavily into fart fetish and female domination, despite them not being more practical, despite them being more isolating. And yet now in my adulthood, where I feel like a less sexual person, I feel the appropriate label to adapt is asexual. But am I asexual? Was I always? I don't know. And I don't know if we'll ever have that answer. Similar to how I think maybe you're saying we won't have the answer to our origin. Where does this come from? Because we can't really know, but we can maybe try to remember, but how do we know those memories aren't just manifestations? I was there, but I was wearing a purple shirt, and then you see a picture and you're wearing a red shirt, and your memory is faulty. I guess I lean back towards, like, I definitely would not have made this a conscious choice to be so, like, to choose a sexuality or be influenced by a sexuality so odd and um isolating that, yeah, I didn't have a choice. And again, this is not me arguing against you, just more offering a difference of opinion in towards of my own experience. Due to my need for domination, I lean towards that term, that label, asexual, because at least in this culture, it seems to be more understandable. Because like I've put it on my dating profile before, even the fetish and stuff, tried to be very open about it, and it still felt like partners, or at least one partner, anyways. That's what kind of got me shook. I'm not like driven or empowered by sex, normative sex, that is. I kind of require that dominating paradigm. So I think whether it be penetrative or like more, cunnilingus or analingus or whatever, these type of activities, I think for me, the excitement comes from being dominated, being degraded, being whatever, that I lean on the term ace because I feel like people would more understand that than like that whole explanation I just gave you.
I think there's a real value in like having like language that maybe doesn't totally fit you, but you can use in like the utility of language, right? Like the A spectrum may not describe exactly what you've experienced, but it's maybe easier to communicate that with other people. So I don't think there's any problem with using a language that is most valuable to you. And I know a lot of people who have felt similar things, like uh, you know, trans people especially have that sort of situation where they will use whatever label is sort of easiest for them, whether that be like I know this famous trans filmmaker who identified as a trans woman and now identifies as non-binary, just because that the label of trans woman made it easier to get the healthcare they needed. And once they were past that, it wasn't as important. And I think like whatever you need to talk with other people is the important thing for you. Um, I don't know if remind me if I said this already, but I've definitely related a lot with what you've said though around asexuality. I felt a lot of that like before transitioning, that it was like that I wasn't really sure how much like I really wanted to be sexually involved with other people, that I was aware that I had like sexual interests, but they were sort of all around like witnessing stuff. Maybe not in the kind of like non-consensual voyeuristic way, but just like, or really in like the cuckoldy way either, but just in the sense that I didn't really like to imagine like myself and my body in sexual scenarios, even if I did like have sexual interests that maybe focused more on like just pure images or on like videos of the burp fetish stuff. And I think as I've transitioned, I've gotten more comfortable with a lot of that. But maybe less so. And I don't really identify with like there was a time where I was identifying as either just like nebulously queer or as aspectrum. And I think as I like especially recently I've become more comfortable just being like, I'm a lesbian. I know what that means for me, even though it's maybe a little bit complicated in terms of like how that will actually interact with another person. And I'm still have not had sex with somebody, which is fine. And I don't like take shame or expect pity for that or anything. It's just how my life has gone and developed. And but I think I'm more comfortable like now with the idea of having like sexual encounters with another woman and sort of seeing how that could happen. And I might have said this already, but I think that there is like something around like what you consider as like normative sexual acts, that maybe is resonant for me as a queer woman, where like that maybe is less of a thing, where like penetrative sex is kind of certainly not the majority of experiences, even if many of queer women and lesbians do have that. But uh, it's maybe more of an expectation of like whatever you're into, you can do that and you can, do stuff together, and you can also kind of like take turns with it. And pleasure is not something that has to happen sort of like at the same time. It can be a little bit more like of a just doing stuff together that you can enjoy, that maybe is easier to understand in a fetish context as well.
For sure. For sure. Well, and what you say about navigating the whether it be social or healthcare or whatever paradigms, sometimes these labels or categorizations or even backstories, as they were, are helpful or necessary to navigate the world. So that they make things clearer. So that makes a lot of sense. And it kind of ties into the question I have next is there any part of your fetish or sexuality that you like struggle with or don't understand? And if that is, why do you think that is?
I think I struggle with most of it. Like, at least in some ways, everything's kind of like complicated and something I've had to learn and navigate around, and I'm still like very much actively figuring out in terms of just general sexuality, but also in terms of fetish stuff. In terms of general sexuality, I just think I've had a lot of like, as a trans woman, experiences with like dysphoria in terms of trying to like imagine what sexuality with another person would look like for me. That there's always this kind of fear that like I can be comfortable in my body on my own, but put it in a sexual context and suddenly it feels like a man's body, when paired with other women's. And I guess I'm still sort of trying to figure out like how to get around that, and how to sort of like overcome those fears within myself. Which I think I'm making progress on and feeling more comfortable, even though I haven't had those experiences yet. In terms of like fetish sexuality, though, I think there's a lot of just like we don't talk about it enough, and I think that's what's so great about having this podcast space, is that it is such a great space to be able to talk about fetish, both very specifically in terms of the fart fetish for you and your previous guests, but also I think just so much of it is resonant for just fetish experiences in general and the complications that come with that, both like just the idea like nobody tells you how you're supposed to like navigate a fetish like ours, and like what is sort of okay with that. And I think sexual development is often something, and maybe it's just because I was raised in the suburbs of the deep south, and so sex wasn't something that really got talked about a lot, where a lot of times people are just kind of left to their own devices to figure out what's like okay in terms of like sexual exploration, especially like ethically in terms of that, in ways that are maybe not always helpful for people. And I think there's a lot of stuff around like mainstream pornography that we can like accept is both widely like accepted by especially young men, and also probably deeply harmful to their perceptions of women and sex, right? I think that fetish stuff maybe has different but similar problems around how it's sort of what the sort of ethical questions around it are and how one is supposed to navigate it.
I think I know examples of what you're talking about, but for clarity, could you give us an example of what you think maybe a negative paradigm like in porn, whether it be fetish or outside of fetish? Probably outside of fetish would be easier, I imagine.
Yeah, well, I think there's a lot of discussion in terms of like feminists against porn and all that, which I don't want to be like anti porn. Like I think there is something where I am, as I've said, not very interested in pornography in general, and I've always found something kind of like I think mostly just because of how like heteronormative most of it is, or and in particular how much it is catering to men and like a male gaze, either by actively featuring men or just an expectation of a straight male audience. Well, I suppose there is a lot of gay porn, which I guess is just outside of my experiences and what I looked into in terms of gay men's porn. But even like lesbian stuff is often still very catered to like fetishizing queer women in a way that uh, doesn't really feel comfortable for me. And especially like there's not a ton of stuff for trans women in representation, but like obviously there's a lot of very harmful stuff around how trans women are treated in pornography, which not only is just like not fun to watch in a sexual way, but actively like affects how laws are created and how we're sort of viewed as like sex objects, as sort of fetish objects in our everyday lives in ways that make us sort of like viewed as perverse in how we just navigate the world, you know. But like obviously there's a lot of like I think consensual non-consent, so like you've expressed your interest in, and I don't want to like shame any of that. But I think there's like a sort of mainstreaming of that in a lot of mainstream pornography, um, where consent is maybe not really taken as seriously as it should, and maybe that should be talked about more in terms of just like the sort of implicit violence of a lot of pornography in terms of what it represents. And also, of course, there's a lot of like behind the scenes stuff, which is maybe less like influential, but is worth mentioning, I think, on the subject.
For sure. Do you mean to say that you think some of these acts are non-consensual? Like, I mean, obviously, there's the idea that these actors have consented to these activities before the cameras started rolling. Is that what you're saying? Perhaps is not taken as seriously as you're would hope.
Well, I again, I'm mostly outside of this world, so I hesitate to speak too boldly on anything that I haven't dealt a lot with. But I definitely have heard, you know, like there are a lot of issues with like that's why they had the Pornhub purge, right, of like 2020, like that there's a lot of content that gets put out there that is just sketchy at best, right? That you know that there is a whole world of sex trafficking that is linked with pornography, and also like underage actors and stuff where the lines of consent get blurred. And I think like I hesitate to judge anyone's kinks because of my own experiences with stuff that I'm into, which like, you know, I can't justify my burp fetish, so I don't expect anyone else to justify what they're into. But I also think there's a mainstreaming of a lot of like, you know, incest and rape role play and underage like or like just barely like what is it barely legal sort of stuff in a lot of mainstream porn, which we should be skeptical of, I think, or people who engage with it should be skeptical of. And maybe kind of like we talked about with kind of how other fetishes develop. um there's this quote I love from a video essay by Ian Danskin at Innuendo Studios about cuckoldry and the sort of semiotics of the cuckoldry fetish. And he has this quote where he talks about like what is most mainstream in pornography is not what is sort of most desired by the majority, but what is tolerated by the majority and wanted by a vocal minority. And like I think we see that a lot with like incest stuff, with like, you know, some of this stuff that is maybe a little bit less like most people wouldn't say that they're into it, but also like clearly if you look at Pornhub, you're going to see a lot of stuff that's like I don't know, I would find off-putting, like to know that other people are watching some of that stuff that just feels complicated and shouldn't be taken as a mainstream. At least it should be understood as a certain type of fetish thing that has complications around it, right?
For sure. Absolutely. No, that makes a lot of sense. That makes absolutely a lot of sense.
Like,
Um,
okay, I just want to make sure I'm clear on this, but like
please, yeah.
if you're into incest kink, I don't think that's a problem, right? Like, or like, you know, there are ways to like healthily navigate that aren't just like suppressing it. Like, whatever way you find to deal, like to have that kink, I think that it is not inherently harmful. I just, I take issue with the fact that so many people who would not like have that kink are sort of expected to accept that as something normalized, you know? I hope that that makes sense and doesn't sound too sort of like shaming of people with non-normative sexualities, considering I am one of those people too.
For sure. I mean, I struggle to say it's normalized. I mean, I haven't seen, like, I certainly see it exists in stories and what and you know, now like bots or whatever. Like certainly. Um I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm not trying to argue against it. I just, I mean, I feel like there's definitely a wide variety of content. Regardless, I've never thought like anyone seemed to dominate the space. Maybe in different niches, that is the case, as well. Uh, I mean, I mean, a lot of people think, and maybe I'm wrong, but a lot of people, have the perception that dom content is the most prevalent in the farting space. I'm not sure I agree. Maybe it's that I disagree with the quality of it, that I don't consider it. Maybe I'm not sure, but yeah, I mean, I guess it's just goes to say, like, I don't, what is normalized, I think, is also somewhat perceptive as well, or
Sure.
in that way. Uh, yeah, because I mean, and there's also the fact of you and I, particularly, maybe some of the guests on the show, I think we've talked in this way as well, being not particularly sexual in that way. People are going after the porn. That was actually my question that I was going to start with, or get to, was, do you use the word porn exclusively for some kind of penetrative act? That is to say, like, there's a lot of quote unquote fart porn that doesn't have any sex in it.
I love this question. I think it's so interesting because, like, there was a period in high school where I was like, I think just because it was easier to talk about what I was interested in by using the word porn to other people when I couldn't talk about the fetish and didn't even really feel comfortable saying, like, I have a fetish to people in the way that I am more comfortable now, even if I'm not saying what it is. But I sort of came up with the definition, like, because isn't there that famous Supreme Court thing where, like, what is porn? I know it when I see it, right? You know the thing I'm talking about, where the justice said that.
Was that the obscenity law thing?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Like, it is kind of just all perception. There's no real way to define it,
Right.
like, exactly. But for me, like, maybe it's easier to describe, like, stuff that you get off to becomes pornography by the act of getting off to it. But I kind of don't really agree with that anymore, or maybe I'm maybe resistant of that previous definition I held. But it's maybe a little more complicated. Like, I think intent is probably a large part of it, right? Like, whether the creator of the content is intending people to get off to, whether or not it involves penetration or whatnot. But, like, like there's clearly, like, content, like, in the burp fetish space, there's content of, like, sex with burps, which I'm not into, but I know exists out there, to my understanding, which is, like, obviously pornographic. But then there may be stuff that's like, a woman fingering herself and burping, where it's like that's clearly existing in a sexual space where it still feels pornographic, but it's also not, like, having sex. And then there's maybe, like, a further thing away where it's, like, just nude women burping, which still feels pornographic, maybe slightly less so because there's no actual explicit sexuality in it for someone without the fetish, even if there is nudity. And then there's just, like, someone who is offering a very sexualized lens to what is otherwise very mundane, which maybe, like, gets the furthest away. So there's maybe degrees of pornographicness to stuff,
Sure. I was expecting, though, wouldn't you also still on that spectrum include just a person burping in life, or no? Is that
I think it's on the spectrum somewhere, but it's clearly,
okay.
like, the furthest away, right? Where, like there's always a point of, like, kind of meeting near zero, right? In a parabola or whatever, or an exponential curve, where there's something so near zero that it certainly counts on the chart, but it's not really qualified, because I can certainly take pleasure in stuff that isn't intended to be, or at least I have complicated feelings on this, but, like, there's certainly stuff that is not intended to be pornographic that can certainly be used for the sort of purposes of getting off.
For sure. One, I just think of, like, someone burping at a dinner table or whatever. Like, I think their intent is not sexual in 99 cases, 99% of cases, but certainly it could be to the receiver, regardless of the giver's intent, or the burper's intent, as it were. Same with farting. It's not any different.
Mhm.
The exact spectrum you describe exists with farting, probably with any fetish as well. So that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's definitely, well, while we're on the subject, I was gonna say, like, there's, in comparing our fetishes, there's probably is something to be said, though, about how, like, I think burping is somewhat, like, even if it is still somewhat taboo, it is more socially normalized. And I feel like it's something I definitely encounter more, not on, like, a day-to-day basis, but it's something that does come up occasionally in my daily life, that I'm around. And, so like, I generally don't find that arousing though. Even with like people I'm attracted to when they burp, it's like, uh, I kind of feel like I need like the separation, uh, of the lens or of a screen or something, just to be able to sort of have the safety of being attracted to it, you know?
Certainly. Certainly, that makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, I can't speak too much to if I share that feeling. As like I've had farting experiences that were in person, but sometimes in those settings you're too in the moment to think about what's like, am I aroused? Am I not aroused? It's not like it's not an intellectual time, as it were. Um,
Sure.
but
I think it
but
mostly just kind of makes me kind of uncomfortable, like in person right now. Like if it was with someone that I was like in a relationship with, who was clearly like understanding of the fetish and consenting to being perceived in that way, it's one thing. But I think when it's someone who isn't aware of it, even someone I'm attracted to, it kind of takes, like, not that it removes the interest, but I think I put up kind of a defense mechanism where I don't want to be aroused by it, you know?
For sure, for sure. And I think that goes back to what we talked about, or what you'd mentioned earlier, in regard to ethics, in regard to like how to go about this. And you mentioned the content you do enjoy, which is generally the word I would use is more produced, or more intended towards this, I guess, fetish, rather than more like voyeuristic, as it were.
Mhm.
Um, this may be a dumb question, so forgive me if it is. But I was curious as to your answer to it. In regards to your transition, do you feel it was at all related or driven to your fetish, or were those considerations 100% entirely separate and not connected at all?
Sure. I think the thing about being trans is it kind of affects every part of your life, right? Like there's nothing in your life that you can't say doesn't like interact with your gender, right? Like, I mean, maybe you're a little bit less aware of that, as presumably a cis man. So like but like I think once you're sort of aware of it, you're aware that like all of your sexuality is going to be influenced in some ways by your gender, how you want to be perceived, what you're into with others, you know? So I can't say that there's no sort of interaction between my gender and my fetish interests. And the fact that I've mentioned my transition several times so far in this interview, I think probably shows that there is clearly some kind of interaction. But it's not necessarily like some sort of thing where like, um, I don't think that they go particularly hand in hand for me. Like it's not like I am into the burp fetish because I'm trans, or that I'm trans because of the burp fetish, or even that those really go that much together. But I think the way that I've interacted with the burp fetish maybe signifies some of the ways that I have like, um, found sexual interests outside of, um, more normative sexuality, uh, for someone who previously identified as a cis man, in a way that was maybe easier to deal with, uh, than trying to position myself as like imagining myself as a cis man back then when getting off. The burp fetish sort of allowed a way to exist outside of any sort of identification, in pornography, that it was just kind of a witnessing act, which maybe like feels very trans to sort of have a pornographic interest, or a sexualized interest, masturbatory interest that kind of goes beyond a physical dimension.
Sure. Sure. No, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, I don't know how relevant it is, but like certainly I'm uh not the most as cis as I am, cis male as I am. I'm not the most masculine of my type. So I definitely can relate, or at least understand what you mean about how kind of our gender does affect more than just the immediate aspects of what you think it would affect. So that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, in on the burp fetish forums, I made a post where I was comparing it to the sort of Emersonian idea of the like transparent eyeball, where Emerson has this idea that to go out in nature, you sort of have to become like a transparent eyeball that is sort of separated from your body and yourself, but just witnessing. And that's how I kind of feel around the fetish stuff sometimes, that I am more just interested in existing around it, but not sort of with a point of identification of saying like, well, in this like you've talked about like the face sitting and the fart domination stuff, where it's like it has I feel like a very set role that you want to play, right? Like you and I assume most of the pornography for that is kind of like featuring someone playing that role, that you were kind of embodying that person when you watch it. And I just don't have that for what I'm interested in.
Sure. No, that makes a lot of sense. I imagine that's not uncommon. I think both experiences are probably very common of those who do kind of whether it be POV or implant themselves in a role as, there's a submissive on screen and they're like, "Oh, I'm that person," or they're living vicariously through watching that happen to that person, or it's a point of view and it is literally happening to them as it were through the screen.
On that subject though, I was gonna say I think it's interesting that like even though you have this fetish interest that exists outside of like, penetrative sexuality or like an easy sort of like translation, like I feel like your interests still have a very clear like you know what you want to do, right? Like whether it is easy to access that in person, it seems like it's been pretty difficult, and I understand that. Like you still know what you want, and I don't really know how like my fetish stuff would enter into like an actual relationship with somebody, like it's not that I wouldn't want it to sort of translate in some way, but I'm not really sure what I would ask for or want in that situation.
For sure, for sure. Well, I will say, going back to the ethics, I mean, it's certainly to have that clear picture for me. It does certainly clear up the ethics of not like, yeah, I don't a person farting in a whatever public setting, no sexuality or whatever around it, not going to arouse me. So there's no question of whether that's I if I should or should not get off to that idea or thought or moment because it doesn't attract me. So I do appreciate having the clarity in that way. I mean, this is not me telling you what you would do, but I feel like people who have described experiences like you're describing, I think it typically, obviously it doesn't have to, and your experience may be completely different, but I think it almost becomes just like an experience within life. I think there's for some an enjoyment of just having a partner that does fart, or does burp or whatever the case may be, for them, and it doesn't have to be like in my face or in the bedroom or whatever context it may come in, whether it be bedroom or kitchen or whatever, kind of suits them. Maybe it's just a matter of living with this. I think a lot of people, because of the taboo element, they really like the living with the secret aspect, or living with this like this thing that only they know about, aspect. Taboo, I have often attributed it on this show to intimacy, and I do still hold that kind of. I know it's not definitionally the same, but you know being let in on taboo of someone, I think is a very intimate type of feeling. So that's why I attribute those two, kind of in a very similar fashion.
Sure. Yeah, I definitely currently where I'm seeing stuff is agreeing with what you're suggesting around just having it be part of the life that I would live. But again, haven't had that experience yet. So I think it would be interesting to see how that would actually take shape. And I think when I am in a romantic relationship like that, I would definitely be interested to see, like, because I think it is something where I am totally down to disclose that to a partner. If when I feel comfortable with them and comfortable enough to talk openly about it. but it's something I anticipate being able to be open with my fetish about. And then I kind of just feel like it's okay for them to take it however they want to, whether they want to sort of indulge it in whatever way, um, or if I just kind of want them to be aware that that is something that I'm going to be taking uh, in some kind of semi-sexual way, when it comes up in life.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I was just going to say, and this is not me encouraging you or encouraging anyone, but in some ways, the normalcy, as you mentioned at the top of this episode, of burping would almost indicate you wouldn't have to. I mean, maybe then someone doesn't burp because they're not gassy or don't make themselves gas. I guess the gassy is the only word to use in that way. But yeah, but again, I'm not encouraging that. I do agree with the being forthright and honest about it at when appropriate or when it feels like the time is right. And you also never know too what that could lead to for them, because you also, when you let someone in on your interest, not only are you allowing them to consent to it, doing it in general, but you also are giving them, allowing their creativity with it. Maybe they want to, play with that. Maybe they enjoy it. They enjoy that you like it, and they can't be let in on that unless we, tell our partners, as it were.
Yeah, I think as someone who is outside of that experience, I think it seems like disclosure of that sort of thing, of a fetish like the kind of fetishes we have, um, there doesn't really seem like that big of a downside to it when you're with a partner who you already are in a loving relationship with. And whether or not they will sort of want to play with you in that way, there's I think being open is a good thing in that situation. And I think for me though, ultimately, whether or not it would come of whether I mentioned it or not, or whatnot, um, I just think like when you're with someone in an intimate way, I think they kind of have the right to know, right? They have the right to know like something that is going like that that they will be perceived in a certain way when they interact with the burp fetish for me. And I think they kind of have the right to be able to have some kind of control over their uh, own power of their perception, where they have the control of their sort of image to me.
Absolutely. I mean, I agree with you 100%. And I'm definitely of the mind, and I'm hoping that it's becoming more prevalent that, our romantic partners are who we should be able to confide, as much as ourselves as we can. I mean, I don't, I can't fathom having a partner that I could not tell every part of myself to, or share every part of myself to, because that doesn't seem like it would be, if I couldn't, it doesn't seem like that would be a partner, a romantic partner, as it were. Other people may have different ideas about what a romantic partner is, but certainly I'm of that mind that every part of you and every part of them, it's a two-way street, that you should be able to share every part of each other, and grasp and understand, and whatever that takes. But yeah, um to be able to share every part of ourselves with our partners.
Yeah, I agree. But of course, I am also outside of that experience.
For
So
sure, for
maybe it's
sure.
easier to agree before I've sort of uh, been more having to ask myself those questions more practically uh, with another person.
It's fair. I mean, when the time comes, you never know what happens. But you set yourself on a good foundation. You think about it ahead of time, and hopefully, as it were, I guess, rise to the occasion, if that's the path we want to go down.
Mhm.
You also, in your Twitter profile, you mention you're a filmmaker and a game dev, as I understand it. Can you tell me a bit more about those pursuits for yourself? Do you create for the fun and art of it?
Yeah, well, those are I included those details on my fetish Twitter, but I think they're probably mostly unrelated. The game dev maybe a little bit more so, like I mentioned with the weight gaming forum. I've been involved there, and I haven't actually released anything, but I have dabbled in a couple of game projects and gotten some good buzz. It's just, I think as someone who's currently mostly unemployed, but kind of doing freelance after college, I went to film school, so I've been working on like student film stuff for people who are still in school, and I'm not. My financial situation is a little complicated right now, and there's not always the time to be able to commit to a project that I feel like a game thing is something that I can't really share publicly right now, where I can't make a fetish game and then like put a lot of time into it and then like put it out there under my alias here, knowing that I can never like put any of that stuff on a resume or or a portfolio or share it around. Like it kind of feels like wasted work, even though I've gotten good feedback on what I have shared there. So like I'd love to spend more time on that, but I kind of feel like I would maybe have to be more open about the fetish for it to be more worthwhile, or else to uh, create art that I can kind of like um, you like have kind of like a fetish version of something else I'm working on. Like I'm currently working on a game project in my non-fetish life. That's been a major creative project this current year. Um, which originally was going to be a fetish game. And I was like, well, I'll do it as a fetish game, and it will sort of be like you can kind of turn the fetish stuff on or off, whether you want to have burp content in it. But I'll kind of like intend for it to be like starting with that, but then have a mode like that I can share publicly that won't have any of that. And then ultimately, like, I just got so into it that I was like, I don't really think like I feel like the fetish stuff kind of takes away from all of the interesting stuff I'm doing with the design, where like it kind of feels counter to what like the seriousness of how the game is developed narratively. So it's like I probably should just like scrap all that, or like not really think about it as like a fetish thing anymore and treat it more just like a serious game. And it's developed on those lines now, where like it certainly has some like sexual elements to it, but they exist mostly just kind of like a sexual tension way, rather than like an explicitly kind of like intending to be arousing kind of experience, you know? In terms of the film stuff, though, like, I do a lot of I got into the game stuff because I started learning more like 3D filmmaking, like 3D modeling, 3D animation stuff into the latter part of my college experience, and that sort of made it easy to kind of get involved with some of the game things as well. And I think for like the fetish stuff, it is maybe easier to think of stuff very systems driven than it is to like create an animation as like a singular thing. But so yeah, I do a lot of that is my like outside of fetish work in terms of like VFX and 3D animation and sort of the combinations of it. Most of my like personal work is very like experimental and maybe a little bit off-putting to like mainstream tastes in a way that I'm maybe proud of, with a lot of like mixed media. But I don't think it really overlaps much with my fetish interest, in part because I think like I make a lot of work just by myself in terms of filmmaking. Um, but I think once you're getting involved with that, I'm maybe a little bit mixed. Like, I wouldn't want to be the Tarantino of the burp fetish. I wouldn't want to start like including a lot of like burping content and stuff that I'm creating, um, particularly when it involves other people who are like acting in something and I'm asking something of them that I'm getting something out of that they're not aware of. Like that would make me really uncomfortable. And it's something that I am both not very creatively inclined to do, but also just ethically not inclined to do. But I do think having experience with like editing software pretty extensively has made it where like, I've edited like compilations of stuff that I posted on the forums. And I maybe have more complicated feelings about that now too, where I don't know if I would always like make compilations of stuff. Like most of the stuff I think I did was like content which is explicitly catering to the burp fetish, even if it wasn't like pornographic content. That was public, it wasn't like private videos or paid for content or anything. But I'm still just not really sure about like even just sharing stuff privately on the fetish forums, how I feel about like cutting up someone else's work just to include the stuff that we get off to. But it is something that I felt like for a time that I was getting stuff from other people on the forums, the stuff that they were able to share. So I felt like it was kind of my duty for a time to be able to sort of compile some stuff when people were interested in that.
Sure. No, that makes a lot of sense. That definitely makes a lot of sense. I have to imagine anyone working with Tarantino now would know what they were getting into. But yes, I imagine that wasn't always the case. And
But there's
true,
still kind of a complicated power
100%,
relationship. Like
100%.
Once Upon
Yes.
a Time in Hollywood, his last film has like a lot of feet stuff in it, and I'm sure the actors all know that he allegedly has a foot fetish. It's pretty much confirmed, I think, but allegedly. But like, I don't know if any of those actors, even someone like Margot Robbie, would like turn down a director, someone who is as powerful as Tarantino and influential, to say I don't want to show my feet in this film. Like, I don't know. There's complicated sort of consent stuff there, but it's just not a question I would really want to open up outside of like an explicitly fetish content thing. Where like if I was like hiring someone to do voice acting who was very well aware that what I was doing was in a fetish context, like that's one thing.
Yeah.
But I think involving other people, not so much. Not something I was really interested in, though maybe a little bit more blurry in terms of like making solo content. Where like I was really interested in doing a music video recently for a song I like, and the song includes this like this reference to something that some people interpreted as like a vor thing. And I was like, well, if you're including the vor thing, then I thought of this visual that would include like the pred, as they call it, like burping up a skull. And I was like, that would be an interesting way to just like create something that is entirely outside of the fetish context. But if the song is already invoking some kind of fetishy imagery, like I could do that and it wouldn't have any audio and it would exist mostly outside of it. Like, and I never ended up doing that, but it was something where it's like I could do that and still like post it in my mainstream life sort of stuff. And I don't know that it was a question that I encountered, and I didn't really come up with an answer to what I would do in that situation, besides just not doing it. You know?
No, absolutely, absolutely. Well, and I hear what you're saying in the overall big picture about this. I mean, you have an artistic integrity that you want to uphold, and this is not me, saying there's no artistic integrity into erotic content, because I certainly believe there is. It's just I get what you're saying. There is a maybe integrity of perception of who you are as the artist that you want to maintain, and that makes total sense. Because as much as we want the world to be idealistic and perceive us the way we would like, um, marketing, branding, all these things matter very much so, because they don't. Because other than to our friends and our family and whatever, our perception of ourselves really doesn't matter so much in public pursuits, that is to say.
Mhm.
Like in the public, if we're putting ourselves in a public world of like being a filmmaker, being a game dev, being someone who has any kind of public image, or gets critiqued based on their work, as it were, um it'll come into play, our who we are as people. So that makes sense, that you'd want to at least have a clear line of separation between the two, and then not having the time or the having it make sense to try to build a portfolio, and can't fill it with adult content, also makes 100% sense as well.
Yeah, I was actually curious because I know you write fart fetish stories and sort of do stuff along the lines of creating like narrative artistic expression within your fetish context. And I was curious a little bit about like how you feel about that, because like I think I've always struggled with like narrative in terms of fetish, like that obviously there are narratives that I can create within it, but I guess I've never felt really compelled to, like, part of it is just that like I don't really find like fetish stuff compelling narratively generally. Like it kind of exists on a different plane of artistic creation where like maybe if there was a more interesting way to combine my fetish interests with my artistic interests, um, I would want to tell stories that maybe involve the fetish, but they just don't really do that. Like there's not really an overlap in terms of like I have found with the burp fetish, and I know there are some fantastic writers out there who are creating like narrative driven content around the burp fetish. Um, but it's just not something that I really felt like I feel like it's hard to come up with like compelling conflicts involving fetish stuff where it is both like arousing, but also feels like a narrative. So I'm curious how your experiences with that have been.
For sure. I mean, I think there's so many thoughts I have. I mean, I think in some ways part of it, because one, I don't really have it anymore. I mean, I'm sure maybe it's somewhere in me, but the point is, I haven't written in quite a while, and I haven't had that fire in me in quite a while. And I think part of it is because I feel spent narratively, like 200 something short stories, or maybe say 150. I don't know exact number, but I've written several dominating fart fetish stories. A couple that were out not dominating, but most of them are on that dominating paradigm. Um, that I just like, I don't know what I would write that feels different anymore. So I do think, I mean, maybe that's just the limits of my creativity. I'm not saying like I'm the master and whatever. For me, I felt creatively like that's it. Like I don't know what else. I have nothing more that it would basically just be rehashing the same theme stories, everything, and basically placing it in a new setting. Oh, Fallout's popular. Let's put all these stories in a Fallout setting. But basically, I guess the structure of the story is overall so much the same that I just became bored. I guess would be the intellectually bored, because as much as I'd like to write more stories and potentially, make whether it be ad revenue or sell, make them good enough that they could be sold individually. Um, I can't make myself do it anymore. Like I can't like push it out. But to answer your question on the where, like, what is the narrative, I guess, is the way I kind of read that story. I think I have the benefit of, because I'm into domination, it really drives a lot of the purpose. I mean, for me, I really enjoy what I it's not my word, but what I have embraced, the kind of guy anarchy element. So basically, just women hating men. So I mean, that kind of narratively drives a lot of the stories, in a way that it didn't seem like a problem for me. It made it quite easy, I guess. And I think it was also just the drive of needing it. Like I got into writing because I didn't see a lot of people writing dominating stories that were compelling. And I'm sure I've written a number of stories that were not compelling. They're basically just, they'd get right into the part where you should be aroused or whatever, more or less. Right into the action, as it were, almost like a porn video rather than a more flowing narrative. But then I do have stories that were much more elaborate. A lot of them came from people requesting stories. Some people with many, many details, and some people with no details. But I think that is what really helped narratively, is just trying to figure out where I wanted to take this theme of women not liking men, more or less. I mean, that sounds really bad. I feel kind of stupid saying it out loud, but that is kind of the bare bones of the majority of my stories, is how to play out this fantasy that I keep having in my head to this day. Like, the just because I haven't written another story, the fantasies haven't gone away, or the ideas, and I've exercised them, as it were, in like captions, doing other kind of video content. So I still like exist creatively and try to come up with a narrative, because I mean, I think the main reason is because I need it. Like my sexual desire needs that role play, and in lieu of having that with a partner, um I create it, whether it be in stories or captions or videos or whatever the medium may be. But I think that is what drives a lot of it, is kind of the need for a role play, and how do I make it happen. Um, Kind of drives the narrative for me. It's really kind of a I guess just a requirement, as it were. Like, yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think maybe somewhere where I maybe differ from you is just that, like, the issues I've mentioned, which is like kind of like trying to embody someone in a narrative, is maybe difficult for me. Like even like I think I have felt more comfortable like embodying within fantasy outside of a fetish space in terms of my sexuality, but I think I still struggle like with the fetish stuff in terms of it seems like there is a major element in your work from how you're describing it of like kind of an author slash audience surrogate in the narrative, right? And I'm just not sure like if I could do that or if I could find that compelling to write that. Like, I think what I find maybe most compelling artistically about my fetish is more like the struggles of having it that maybe exist outside of like the pornographic descriptions, you know? And when I think about creating work that like kind of puts the fetish more out there, it would be more like just talking more openly about the fetish in my public life in terms of the art I create. But I'm not really sure I'm to that point yet, you know?
For sure. Now, to ask you kind of a pointed question, though, does that fulfill you sexually to do that, like to share the broad story of burp fetish, as it were? Broad story, maybe not the right word, but to spread it
I know
on a
you
more
mean.
intellectual level. Do you think that does that like bring you some kind of sexual fulfillment? Is that, or is
No,
that
no,
a separate? Okay.
it wouldn't be like an exhibitionist sort of thing and just like putting myself out there in a way that is sexually fulfilling. It's more like I think like what is having the burp fetish like interact with art making? I guess it feels like the art I would want to create that might feature like discussions around the fetish are less likely to be like or sort of a pornographic intent and more likely to be just like um kind of a Robert Crumb. I'm guessing
Yes,
you do.
I do. Yes, I actually
uh,
did the what is it, Terry Zwergoff? I did his films as I was my film school essay project.
that is really cool. I think there's maybe some of like a like an ability to express sort of maybe deviant desires in art that are maybe more focused on what it says about you than about and by you I mean me. You know what I mean?
Of
The sort of
course,
like the
the
you as the artist.
yeah.
Um that is less about like saying like here is a story I'm writing because I can get off to the story I'm writing and more like I am writing something that is personal about me, and part of what I am into is this very strange thing that is maybe worth talking about. And I'm not to that point yet, but I've definitely been considering it in terms of the personal art I've made. And I've made art in the past. Like I made a documentary in the loosest of terms about myself in college, and like there's a whole sequence in there that is like a reference to the burp fetish, and like nobody knows that as far as I'm aware. Like, um, but I sort of called it like the fetish bomb sequence, where this very abstract moment of like an atomic bomb going off that's combined with a lot of different like fetish models' faces like briefly flashing on screen, and there's like a voiceover clip from a popular Twitch streamer that has catered to the fetish in the past, asking like, "Is this anybody's fetish?" And it's like, if you know what you're looking for, you would understand that. Like if I shared that film with the fetish community, I feel like they would understand it. But it's something where I could maybe express that in a really abstract way without without being able to like say what it is, like obscuring it makes it something I can talk about, but I think it's increasingly something I want to talk about, even if I'm not calling it by name.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I understand that. I enjoy that. I have a bias for this director, so maybe this is not the example you would use, but like almost a kind of Lynchian in the way, David Lynch, that is to say, in the way
Yes, I know
kind
David
of
Lynch.
the exploring these themes without actually saying them outright, without actually giving people a clear idea of like they can make their own idea more or less, which is definitely what I've taken from a lot of David Lynch's films, which I love. I think he's one of the my favorite directors for sure. Um,
Well, I have a complicated relationship with Lynch. I have a complicated relationship with everything, I think, but
that's
I
fair.
always wish Lynch would hit with me a little bit more than he does. But I definitely find him very inspiring in terms of the work he creates. And I think in general, just having more sort of experimental art feels a lot easier to express myself with. when like there are elements of myself that I can talk about in ways that I don't have to say, like, I am feeling this. I can sort of abstract it and maybe understand myself better through the abstraction. Um, and I've had other experiences where I've like created art that's kind of about the fetish and kind of not, and maybe it helps me understand myself more by sort of like understanding how various threads of my life are interwoven, and the fetish can be part of that, even if I'm not explicitly talking about it in my art.
For sure. No, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. I think I've wanted to be more abstract. I enjoy the abstract a lot, in art and music, especially. I suffer from, not, I don't know, like I'm not, I haven't been able to abstract my mind in enough ways currently, but maybe it just takes time, because yeah, I do enjoy that, the possibilities of like sharing these secrets sometimes, or ideas if they're not secrets, but whatever, is sharing them with an audience in a way that's not so like, here it is, like
Yeah.
almost like an advertisement, instead of an advertisement, it's more like it's art, as it were.
If I could make two related comments on this, one of them is not to make everything about being trans again, but like similar to that, there's this like the art I was making before I decided to transition was like a lot of it was maybe not always consciously discussing it, but there's like an obvious sort of engagement with questions I was asking myself in the art, where it's not necessarily like me saying like I'm trans and here is like me talking about how I think I'm trans, but like there was stuff there where I was feeling certain things that maybe I couldn't even fully understand, but having that ability to abstract them in art helped me sort of understand them a little bit more. And I think abstraction is valuable. I don't think you can like sort of live in abstraction, even in an artistic way, but I think it can be valuable to kind of kind of let things be a little bit blurry and then find the clarity in the blurriness rather than trying to see everything completely clearly within yourself.
What do you feel has most helped you grow in terms of your fetish and sexuality? I put them together, but I imagine they are separate. But let me not speak for you. I'll let you answer.
Well, I would actually argue the fact that they are maybe somewhat separate is the thing that has made me feel maybe more comfortable and has allowed me to develop more that like I think it's maybe complicated to talk about some of this stuff because of the fact that I am still like very much figuring stuff out. And I feel like we're all figuring stuff out, but I'm 23 years old. I am going through a lot of like experiences for the first time still in terms of like figuring out my life and my sexuality. And like, I've had recent experiences that are sort of implying change in a way that like I don't know what the big picture is going to look like, but I'm seeing kind of directions of things, if that makes sense. So I can't speak in kind of a like I have everything figured out. Obviously, I can't say that, but like I am becoming maybe more comfortable talking about stuff in terms of my fetish because I feel like maybe I'm having more sort of sexuality outside of that, where I feel like I can exist maybe publicly in a more sexual way and discussing my desires without that having to inherently link up with my fetish stuff. So like I can talk about like the ways that I'm, aroused and attracted by other things, and then also mention my fetish. And I found like I feel like okay, this is going to be kind of a side thing, but it's going to answer your question, I think, in the long run. But it's kind of a side narrative that I'll give you. So I am not a Christian, but I was raised in a Christian household, so I still have that sort of baked into me. And I think there's probably something to be said about how I think when you're raised with a view of an all-seeing God, that adds to a sort of a sense of shame about stuff. The sense that like even if you logically know, and even if you don't even believe in God anymore, like that whatever you feel or desire, somebody must somehow know about it. Maybe your like internet service provider will know, but there's always like when I was a a kid getting into the fetish stuff, it was always like, I want to keep this a secret, and I know that somebody out there knows about it, and like, how do I keep that from happening? Like, there's always this sense of this omniscient force outside of me that would know, that would shame me, that I feel like is probably linked to some kind of religious upbringing. But the point is, I've been kind of trying to get in touch with like my Christian heritage, I guess. If that doesn't sound too white supremacist, I guess. But just like my family's still Christian. I like engaging with sort of religious discussions with them, even if I'm not like uh, believing in that sort of stuff. But I like reading the Bible and talking about the Bible and stuff like that, even outside of belief. But for this past Lent season, if you know what Lent is, it's all about like giving something up for the 40 days before Easter. I was like, what if I just challenged myself and tried to like just not engage with the burp fetish for the whole of Lent, uh, and but not in a way that would sort of like detract from other sexual exploration. Because I'd done that in the past. When I was in high school, I felt so much shame around stuff that it was just like, I don't want to engage at all with my sexuality. I'm just gonna like see how long I can go without like masturbating, without sort of like looking into things that I know I'm aroused by, just because I it made me feel so bad to engage with it. But I thought recently I was just at a point where I wanted to explore stuff more, where I felt like the fetish is kind of an easy way out for me, or a easy way off, maybe more accurately. But like it maybe brings me less pleasure even while I am still aroused by it, you know? So it's like I want to just sort of distance myself a little bit just to try other things for a time and see if that maybe sparked anything else in me that I would find like maybe not as an alternative, but just to see what would happen there. And maybe that's linked up with still some degree of like deep shame, but I think it was ultimately an interesting exercise, and one that I think like even while I wasn't actively engaging with the fetish made me think about like, well, how does this fetish exist within my like everyday life? How do I interact with other people when I'm not like when the fetish is still part of me and yet it's not something that I am like seeking out? And it sort of allowed me to like feel more in touch with other elements of my sexuality and feel like I was sort of like felt more comfortable with my lesbian identity and the sort of pleasure I could find there and in other forms, and you know, just like getting off to music and stuff and just kind of letting the pure physical experience in a more kind of long form way be more pleasurable. And I feel like I'm not totally at a point where I have like reckoned with the sort of two sides of the sort of maybe slightly more normative sexuality and also the fetish stuff. But I think when I was sort of like doing this Lent thing, I wanted to talk about it with people, and there were a lot of people who I maybe like slightly alluded to having a fetish before, but I felt more comfortable just like talking about not saying I have a burp fetish, but saying like I do have this fetish and I'm not engaging with it for Lent, but also I felt more comfortable just like talking about it with people, which I think feels like a step in the right direction to like let it be something where whether or not it's something that I want to like have be part of who I am publicly, I still think it is part of me, you know, and it's something that I feel like is worth having conversations about with people when we talk about sexuality in a way that I wasn't able to when I was younger. And I think the more distance I get away from it as kind of my sole sexual interest, the easier that is for me.
That's very interesting. It is very interesting. Um, that is for my own clarity. That is to say, you retain the burp fetish, but the more distance you put between it being your sole sexual expression or sole feeling of sexual expression, the better you feel about being able to share the idea of the burp fetish, which you still, as I said at the top, retain.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it is something where I think I've come to increasingly accept it's always going to be part of me. You know, I don't know how much of a part of me it will always be. Like when I was a kid, you know, growing up, I felt so awful about it, and I just hated it so much as part of myself. Oh, okay, if I was recently going through all my old diaries and pulling quotes and stuff just to see how I felt about it over time. But the first time I mentioned it was when I was 14, and I wrote, uh, what was it? I have a burp fetish, and it's not something I like. It's something that simply is. That was the first time I ever mentioned it, which I think is funny. And it's just like, yeah, that's kind of how things are. And I think there's a complicated kind of reckoning with stuff. But for a time, it was something where I didn't even feel like I could like say it to myself. Like if I didn't admit it to myself, it wouldn't be true. And so I certainly couldn't admit it to anybody else. Like it was something where I thought it was just going to kind of like it kind of passed through me. And I guess somewhat like my previous fetishistic interests and like partial inflation sort of things, like body expansion kind of faded away from me with other interests. I kind of thought the burp fetish would kind of fade away more, and it has not yet faded away. So it's something where if I could have, I think, gotten away from it, I would have, and I haven't been able to. So I think it's just something I have to figure out, like, how do I engage with this in a way that I find most pleasurable or most sort of like comfortable,
For sure. No, absolutely, that makes sense. Well, and you mentioned it here and as well as in our emails about shame, and but you were explicit to say that it was never about like being shamed by anyone in particular. Um with you speaking about your religious background, I'm guessing, again, correct me if I'm wrong, would this be like the internalized like religious shame, as like in as I understand? I'm not a religious person. My family is a mixed religious household, so kind of a weird
Good for
situation there.
you.
But well, I guess so. But anyways, the point is that where you say the shame came from, or where do you think the shame came from, if you can answer that question, because it is a bit of a ethereal one.
You're never gonna believe this, Raj, but it's kind of complicated.
Really?
I think that like yeah, I think that there's definitely an element of religious stuff. But I think in general, just being like from the suburbs of the deep south, like like sexuality is not something that's talked about. So I think any sort of sexual exploration that I went through was going to be filtered through some degree of shame, right? And I kind of like part of me wonders when we talk about development and stuff, like, did I feel more comfortable with the burp fetish stuff because I was less comfortable like looking at pornography that was more mainstream in terms of interest, that I just felt that was wrong? How much of that is like just what I am into as a person versus what the sort of societal um like shame factors where maybe it felt more comfortable to look up stuff that didn't feel like it was something I wasn't supposed to be looking up, you know? Even if, like, I think as the burp fetish developed and I understood more of how much of a sexual thing it was for me, that it maybe took on a different sort of, where it became more obviously like equivalent, I suppose, in terms of how I engaged with it. But yeah, I think like there was never a time, probably because I just wasn't speaking about it to anybody, where anyone ever told like me that like the burp fetish is something to be shamed for, like is a shameful thing. But it's also something that I understood it wasn't normal. And I like, I think when like I mentioned with the story with those people that I was in theater with, where it's like, I understood my difference very clearly and how I was engaging with my sexuality in a way that just wasn't the same for a lot of my peers. And when it's something that's so not talked about, just like sexuality in general, particularly like private sexuality and masturbation and stuff, like I feel like there is maybe increasingly discussions about like how people have sex, but I think there is still a lot of shame around like self pleasure and how that exists. And I think that breeds a lot of shame when people aren't clear with each other about how that exists. And I've always like, even if I have been, even if I had difficulties with talking about my fetish, both specifically and vaguely with my peers, I've generally tried to be pretty open about like my sexuality in terms of just like how I masturbate, like the regularness of that, like how that is part of my life, in a way that I think is important, for culture generally to be more open about these things in order to get past a certain degree of shame around self pleasure, which I think is it's important. And I don't know, shame's complicated, and I think some of the ethical questions around the fetish for me about how I should be engaging with it certainly add some shame. Where I'm like, a lot of people talk about like the sort of what is it? What is it? There's a post nut clarity, but also like post nut depression, right? Where like after you orgasm, a lot of people describe sort of feeling less happy for a time after the sort of euphoria of orgasming. So I think there's a certain degree of like normalized shame in that. Like the shame is normal for people to feel after coming. But I think for me, there was often a feeling of like, I have come and now I am sort of witnessing what I've come to. And it feels less part of me then after I've orgasmed, you know, or especially it did when I was a kid. Where it's like, am I really into this stuff? Like as soon as I like was no longer actively in that headspace, like I was like, I don't know if I'm really even into this. Like I can't imagine being into the stuff that I'm masturbating to, and yet I am. And that was kind of a complicated experience for me. And frankly, I have felt less that way with other ways I've masturbated more recently and sort of getting outside of the fetish. So I think it's not like, I think some of this is not exclusive to the fetish, but it also maybe is exacerbated by the fetish and the way that it distances me from other people and their sexualities.
For sure. Well, and I can see, I get a clearer picture, at least in my perception. Maybe it's not correct. So feel free to correct me. But I can definitely see how there's a overarching feeling of relief and freedom around I think the word you've used is distancing yourself from the burp fetish, or I guess another way to express it would be expanding your sexual interest away from the burp fetish. That I can see, like it seems like a very restrictive environment growing up, so in which the burp fetish was almost okay because it was an acceptable way in which to get off sexually. And yet perhaps you did, I guess you did, you wanted more. You did want more than that, and that felt maybe perhaps restrictive to that, to you, and the expression you actually wanted. At least that's, as I say, putting all these pieces together from what you said over our this interview. It seems like that's the kind of a picture I put together. Would you kind of agree with that? Would you say that's on base or off base, or?
Yeah, I definitely think expanding sexual interests is a good way to describe it. Like, I think, yeah, distancing is maybe a little too judgmental,
Sure.
but I think expanding definitely makes sense for it. In terms of what you were saying, though, about, let me see if I'm getting the phrasing right. Just around wanting more, you said, to describe what I was saying. I think it's maybe complicated to say like wanting more, because it's never like I wanted to be like my peers, you know, like in terms of their sexualities. Like I never, particularly my male peers, when I identified that way, like I never wanted to into what they were into. It wasn't that I was seeking some kind of normative sexuality, but it was the sense that like there was nothing like I wanted to have sexual pleasure, but I wanted to do it in a way that just didn't come with like the feelings of shame that I've had. And I feel like I've found ways to do that more. And I'm not sure if I fully found a way to do that that also features the burp fetish in a way that doesn't also contain the shame, you know?
100%. No, absolutely. I did not mean to imply that you were chasing normalcy in desiring more, but
No,
more.
I just wanted to clarify,
No,
just to
no,
make sure we're on the same page.
absolutely. But yeah, no, it was just more the idea that the burp fetish was not, it was not everything you wanted. It wasn't fulfilling, or there was more you desired. There was more interactions you desired in a similar way that I feel very kind of in the pigeonholed into the desires I have. I think it's kind of the opposite of you were not pigeonholed. You wanted to explore into more areas. Whereas, I've like explored like whipping and, other kind of BDSM elements and not really felt anything for them in the same way I feel my, femdom and fetish and what have you. I could see like in that same way exploring the burp fetish, but not feeling like, this isn't it for me. There's more to this, or there's more I would like to be doing.
Yeah, I think one area of complication though is it's not like I felt like there was something better necessarily.
Mm.
Like I remember I used to go on like it's like a feature for Reddit, like a random NSFW Reddit sort of thing where it'll randomly send you to an NSFW page on Reddit. And I would just use that to like just find random stuff to be like, well, what's out there? Like what are the other like deviants out there into? And maybe something there will like spark something for me. you know?
Sure.
And just nothing ever, like, I found stuff I was into, but it was never like the same, you know? Like for me, there's like, maybe it's just because I've been into it for so long and I wouldn't have said the same thing when I was a kid, but like the burp fetish has a clarity for me. Like I know I can get off to it. I know I like it, and I like it in a way that is like different than anything else really, but maybe brings less sort of like full pleasure, you know? But it's not like I don't think I know if I'll ever find something that's like sort of equivalent in a sort of fetishy kind of way. Even if I think I can find other ways to sort of to get off that I do find like more pleasurable in the long run. But there are often ways that are a little bit more sort of abstract and about like bodily stimulation and stuff outside of like sort of like finding different pornography, you know?
Absolutely. Absolutely. No, that does make a lot of sense. That does clarify. Um, it's very helpful. I appreciate that clarification. One thing we'd mentioned a couple times is ethics. And when I think of ethics around this kind of fetish, whether it be burping or farting, I think one thing I've mentioned on this show was like if a friend happened to fart around you and they didn't know you were a fart fetishist, what are the ethics around perhaps fantasizing or imagining that scenario at a later time? I mean, you're most likely not going to just start masturbating right then and there, but
I
banking
would
that
hope not.
sure, banking that would be a whole a different ethical question. um Banking that memory for later or whatever, essentially using the memory of your friend farting for your own sexual gratification. I know there's many, I'm sure, ethical questions, but at least that's the kind of question I think of when I think about ethics in fetish. Is that correct for my assumption of what you're meaning in that? And can you expand any more on that?
Yeah, that's definitely part of it. I don't think that that fully encompasses it, but
Sure.
I think that also expands out into more like content outside of IRL stuff. But I'd love to address the IRL stuff too, if you're before we go into sort of internet content, because I've definitely been in that position. Like, and like I mentioned, like with the sort of like even with the taboo, but with the normalization of burping in our culture, like you know, it's something that happens. Maybe in a more sort of like obvious way than farting in
Sure.
culture. So like, you know, it happens. Like I have friends that regularly burp, and it's like I think that that's part of why it is maybe more complicated to like speak about the fetish, because like I don't find that arousing when they do it, but also like I don't want them to have to like you know to think too much about what I'm into or whether or not I'm sort of like, you know, like you said, burying that for later, you know? Like I think once you're open about this sort of stuff, I think it is in some ways really important and necessary for people to be able to sort of consent to the way that you're viewing them in a sexual context. Um, but at the same time, I think it is something I've kind of dealt with, like how to not like be aroused by everything around me in terms of the like when burping comes up in the culture in the world around me, IRL or whatnot. um but when you describe that to someone else, it is maybe hard to make that point in a way that they're not still like thinking about it, you know, where they're not still understanding that you might secretly be into it when they burp, you know, and that that's just not like it is a difficult burden to try to put on someone to try to make them understand that you do have this sort of lens that you would view that through, particularly when both burping and farting are like pretty much involuntary actions, right? Like that I feel really uncomfortable getting off on something that someone can't control about themselves.
For sure. Absolutely. Yeah, no, there's a lot of very interesting ethical questions around that. And I think, you and I have talked about even I think on this episode about the kind of ease that comes with going after more produced content as presumably ethically produced. But putting that question aside, like the the ethics of content that is explicitly made for erotic purposes.
Yeah, I think that there's obviously that feels more comfortable to engage with when it's clear that the content is being made um, for people with the fetish, like without really any ambiguity that that's what it's for, even if it's not like pornographic, but like we talked about with the spectrum,
100%, yeah.
it is maybe somewhere where it is clear the intent, even if it is not like hypersexualized. Um, to engage with that versus content that feels maybe more ambiguous in a way that you have to kind of ask certain questions of yourself when you engage with it. I think it should be mentioned, and maybe it's kind of a side point, but like obviously a lot of content that is made explicitly for the fetish is going to be commercial content. And like, I am a broke recent college grad. I think engaging with paid content is something that is not super accessible for me, and I kind of feel bad about that. Like that is almost an expectation that that's what I should be engaging with, and if I was able to put more money aside to buy content that was maybe ethically produced, then that would sort of make things easier in some ways, in a way that kind of scrounging the gutter for anything I can find maybe invites more ethical questions. And certainly when like you have to ask yourself whether content that is being uploaded online might actually be paid content that's being uploaded against the creator's will, like that's something I think needs to be very much thought about when engaging with just like scrolling through YouTube, looking up like keyword burp and seeing what comes up. Because I know there's tons of accounts out there that are just like uploading this stuff like that is clearly commercial content, and oftentimes not even like I think that would be bad enough, but especially when they're like hiding whose content it is, like not even using it as like you should go buy more stuff from this person, which is not great to do that without their consent to upload this stuff, but like at the very least I think that you should like make it clear who you should go and support if you like what they've uploaded. And I've definitely gotten off on like previews and stuff for paid content, and I don't know where I draw the line on that. Like it doesn't feel like I'm really like, even if it's content that's being put up for free and like not behind a paywall, it still feels maybe wrong to be engaging with paid content like that without the intent to buy, browsing without buying. So I mostly don't really do commercial content, even if I have bought some in the past and have engaged with some of the sort of free stuff in the past.
For sure. No, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, and all these ethical questions are important. And it is they're all going to be on a case by case basis. Each of us are going to make our own decisions. There's no I guess there's no one right answer other than what I suppose is illegal. That would be a wrong answer in any case. But yeah, I agree. Like all these ethical questions are important, and I think it's a weird time to just throw this in there, but I do want to compliment your introspection. I mean, one, it's got given for a very I'm gonna maybe I think it's a word, enlivening conversation, but also just I think it's as an introspective person myself, I really appreciate it, but I think it's also vitally important. I think it's one of the current flaws of society is the lack of introspection. And this is not me saying like it's so easy, just go do it. But it's so necessary and overlooked in my opinion.
Yeah, I definitely want to return to discussing the ethics of stuff, but if I can make a
Please, yeah.
side point on that, I think there's probably stuff in terms of like neurodivergence that I don't necessarily have like exact diagnoses for, but it's definitely been suggested I'm on the autism spectrum, and with that I think comes maybe an extra degree of trying to be aware of both myself and the society around me in terms of like what I think is okay and how I deal with myself. But also just I think, as someone who's had to think a lot about myself and my identity, especially in terms of sexuality and how I interact with women, like outside of the fetish, I've had like, romantic interests that are completely unfetish related, and some of that is like made me really think about like what is it like what is existing with like romantic desires, like that has an ethical sort of complication to it too, in terms of like how do you sort of engage with that properly in a way that maybe society is less ready to accept as well, to discuss like the sort of complications that come with that. Because I know a lot of my straight male friends are just like, oh well, if you like someone, you just like ask them out, it's not that complicated. But as you know, with me, everything's very complicated. So
I mean, I guess it's a, I think I think it's a, midway point between both things. It is both
sure.
complicated, but there is a certain degree of just do it as well. That I think I as someone who's not typically a just do it person, I do see value in. That Yeah, I think it's a mixture. I think it's taking those calculated risks and quote unquote just doing it when those calculated risks make sense. Um,
Yeah. And there's
yeah,
probably something also about how with the fetish, like intellectualizing it is maybe a little bit easier to try to like process everything. Like I think it is so strange and so like unique in a certain way, at least unique in the way that there is a small number of people who have adjacent experiences to mine, it seems like, who are willing to talk about it publicly that I can kind of relate to, that I've had to do a lot of the thinking myself, about how I feel about things.
for sure. And yeah, I'm not blowing smoke. Like I do. I appreciate your the time you've taken to think about all these things for yourself. I mean, obviously that's your own your journey, and that's great as well. But just to having guests that have spent that time and then want to come here and share that is really helpful to the mission, and if not even just the mission, quote unquote, people in general, the humanistic element of just people hearing that other people exist. I mean, that's what this is all about. It's about having people not feel like they have to do this alone. I mean, we can only be so much being all separated by the internet, but I want people to. The internet has a tendency to be very cold and dehumanizing, and I've always not wanted to do that. I've always wanted to be kind of butt up against that idea of like, I think there's this idea um your internet persona is different than your in real person persona, and certainly for safety reasons that makes sense, but as far as like being a good human, that never made sense. Like don't be a
Yeah.
jerk, don't be a jerk to people just because you have anonymity to cover your ass.
I think for me, when I was growing up, there was a real like sense that I had to like kind of detach it as a persona, that I could have this interest in the fetish, but it had to be something else from me. And I felt this kind of divide where it was like, there was the part of me that I allowed to feel sexual attraction, and there was the part of me that was the rest of my life, and those two couldn't. It didn't feel like they could cross, where I had to keep them as sort of separate existences. And I think more recently I felt more comfortable allowing them to coexist to a certain degree. And like, I do keep a separate profile for all of my sort of fetish interests, as I'm calling them, that are different from my day-to-day life stuff. But it's all just like another alias, like uh maybe it's particularly resonant for me as a trans woman, where like I go by a certain name in fetish spaces and I go by a certain name in my day-to-day life, and neither of those names is my legal name. So it's like it's all kind of clear how much is kind of a constructed identity of this, but ultimately it's still you. There's a what's the quote from Slaughterhouse Five guy? What is his name? Kurt Vonnegut. Kurt Vonnegut has that quote about like we are what we pretend to be, And I kind of feel like maybe it's the religious upbringing thing again, but like you know, whatever, like there's maybe a degree to which whatever you do in the sort of shadows, like in an anonymous persona, like nobody will be able to judge you for that. Nobody will be able to hunt that down. And like I guess I've considered the fact that if I ever go public with my fetish, that people will be able to like search up my online profiles and go through all my stuff and see whether or not I was a good person in how I interacted with the fetish, when I didn't expect anyone to actually be able to see that stuff. But I feel like it has maybe a weight on your soul. I don't really believe it as soul, but nonetheless, I feel that weight sometimes. That like the goodness that you are as a human being, when you think you're not being perceived, is still something that like whatever fetish content I decide I want to get off on, like there's the ethical weight, where nobody's going to tell me not to. Nobody even has to know, but it's important to me.
Certainly. When thinking about jumping back to the ethics, when thinking about the ethics, I think the other big issue that I don't know if we mentioned explicitly was the content that's produced. That's maybe the wrong word to use. Content that is shared via things like TikTok or YouTube or whatever, that is basically just people perhaps doing a what is to us a fetish activity, and yet this content is not at all or not at all explicitly made for people to use in any kind of sexual way or enjoy in any kind of sexual way, is not even thought of as sexual by the creator.
Yeah.
um it, I those are probably some of the, I don't know, the largest ethics in this space, in our fetish space in general, just because of, as you mentioned, the kind of the word that comes to my head is freewheeling, but that's not what I want to say. The kind of more normalization, the public acceptability of burping a little bit more than farting, may make this kind of content a little bit more prevalent on TikTok, although we know very clearly that there are fart videos on TikTok. There are fart compilations of probably streamers on YouTube, maybe other compilations as well. All this content exists and was not made for sexual purposes by the creator. Now, the person who compiled them, different story, but the person who actually produced the actual fetish content, the fetish activity, as it were, did not necessarily consent in any kind of sexual lens of their what video they made.
Sure.
What's your kind of take on that?
Yeah, I'm not going to say it's complicated. It's something I've certainly thought a lot about in my time, and I'm going to say some things that are maybe somewhat critical of engaging with this content. But I think need to admit that I'm going to be somewhat hypocritical. I think whenever I talk about this stuff, because I've absolutely gotten off to stuff that is not intended for sort of fetish consumption. And I think that's kind of normal, and maybe it's worth thinking about. It's worth being critical of ourselves with that. And I'm not sure if it's something where I need to, for myself, kind of put up a wall and make sure that every piece of content that I'm getting off to in terms of my burp fetish is being made with the explicit intent for that. Sometimes the line is maybe a little bit blurry. I know there are plenty of creators, especially I think on the TikTok space. I've seen it a lot on the TikTok space, where it's they'll upload a video where they're just burping for fun. Then they get some comments that are often not explicitly fetishizing, but are just oh, this is so funny, you should do more of this, or you should do this challenge or whatever, related to burping and stuff. They'll do more of that, and they'll kind of at some point understand that it's a fetish thing. And then they might turn to monetizing it and making it a bigger part of their platform, in a way that is maybe not explicitly a fetish thing, but is clearly catering to that demographic in addition to the people who just find it kind of funny, where it's kind of maybe a little bit blurry. And of course, there are a lot of people though who, when they kind of realize that it's a fetish thing, I'm assuming are very disturbed by that, or very put off. They've kind of been manipulated into creating like we said, kind of porn adjacent content without their consent to that. And I think that's definitely worth consideration and being critical of. And I think it is maybe made worse by the fact that when in those situations, there was such I'm assuming it's the same way in the fart fetish community, but in the burp fetish community, there's so much of a focus on saving videos and sharing them around and stuff. And when it's stuff that's uploaded for free, I think there's maybe people are less critical of doing that. But that means that there's people who have burped in a video a few times for fun, shared that online a decade ago, it's still out there somewhere. Maybe they've taken it down, but the videos are still circulating, getting re-uploaded to YouTube by fetishists, like shared around in Google Drives or OneDrives or whatever. It's like you can't escape that. Like, even though they never asked for it, they're always going to have this stuff floating around them. I think I'm maybe a little bit less it's maybe a little bit less of a concern for me with certain like public figures. Like I mentioned, with like watching a lot of movies and seeing a lot of like, coming across burping stuff in like mainstream movies and stuff. It's kind of like exists in a less parasocial space, I suppose, where like there's no expectation that you're ever going to know the actors, that they're ever going to like be aware that like one moment in a film they were in is going to be viewed through that lens, where it's like less of a big deal. And same with like, public speakers or whatnot, or wherever it may like pop up around the world in just random places. Like, I think that it's maybe easier to get around some of those questions, at least for me, when it's something that isn't so like directly personal. I think like streamer content is worth thinking critically about, because I think it has a similar sort of pattern of people being kind of pressured is maybe too strong a word, but convinced by a certain demographic to appeal to the burp fetish in their streams, where they will start doing that, but the degree to which they are actually consenting to being sort of viewed through a fetish lens is debatable, like whether they really want to sort of be viewed through that way. But also, and I don't want this to be taken the wrong way at all, but there is a certain degree of like implicit sexualization to a lot of like female streamers, where I don't think that we can compare them to like sex workers exactly, but like clearly their sex appeal and their kind of appeal to certain areas of like adjacent kink stuff and be part of the appeal. So it's like, if there's like clips of them where they are like doing streams that have very clear sexual undertones, does that make it okay then to share the content, to compile the content, to share it in fetish spaces? I'm not sure. I don't know, but I think it maybe feels more comfortable than like, when I've like randomly just gone on YouTube or TikTok and keyword searched burp and looked for what was on there and just seen whoever was uploading anything there. And a lot of that is going to be content for people who aren't aware of the fetish, who maybe are catering to it without understanding it,
Absolutely. It's very funny. I have a tie to like blame capitalism on this, and that's always good to do. But
I felt the same thing.
I realize too, it's unfortunately in this case not just capitalism. I'm sure that's a point, because yes, sharing these clips and whatever definitely helps some people. I don't know whether it be monetized or whatever. Although I think a lot of times that if that was happening to a higher degree, that stuff would get pulled down a lot quicker. If people who weren't the creator could monetize it on sites like Pornhub and whatever, I think that would get cracked down a lot quicker.
Honestly, Pornhub they had that problem and they sort of fixed it. Right?
Sorry, yes.
They had rampant issues with that.
I did not mean to.
It's not.
And it's true. I did not mean to say Pornhub. No. 100%. You're right to correct me, because I did mean to say more of the sites that still exist on the Wild West scale. In the
what is the one that has all the?
I think.
Yeah, this fit.
Yeah, so that is the more Wild West, where again, but I don't think anyone is monetizing other people's content there, but they are certainly sharing people's content that that is monetized content that they're sharing without the permission.
Which sucks. I mean, I feel like I've said this already, but like I think it needs to be said that even if I am not like as much of a patron of commercial content as I feel like maybe I should be, that like I'm fully in support of all of those creators. Like I think that like there's a certain, I hope a minority, but I've seen some people on like the burp fetish forums who are like shockingly like don't care about the well-being of these creators. And I don't think like some of the stuff, especially with smaller commercial creators, maybe breeds a kind of parasocial relationship, which I don't think is particularly healthy. But like, I don't think you need to be personally interested in the well-being of a creator, but I think you need to understand that like they're creating content for a very specific niche, and like just be like a decent person to them and like respect what they're doing when they're like doing this for you, right? There's some people who like when paid content gets shared around before it gets the burp fetish forums is pretty good about shutting that down when it does happen. But when it does happen, I've seen some people who are like, well, like we have a right to that content, and it's like, no, you don't. Like that is so obvious that you don't, and it's shocking how much disrespect they have for these creators, some of these people.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that is why I brought up the whole capitalism angle not being the whole reason. Is unfortunately I think there's a it's partially the lack of introspection. But it's the, the kind of the whatever that horny mind taking over and kind of fueling this, like nothing matters, nothing really matters except basically me getting off. And I think that kind of fuels a lot of this just like fervor to just like, download everything and save everything and whatever. And I think if you're doing that for yourself, that, more power to you, whatever. But it's when you start sharing that stuff um to make it easier for other people, and thus hurting the creators that made that content that you enjoy, presumably. um yeah, that's people's lack of, I guess it's I use the word introspection, but it's really just the lack of connecting the dots. It's the lack of putting the pieces together, and how this all works, how like, how your food is made, how your content comes to you, how basically the ecosystem works. I mean, the content was made most likely because the creator had to, wanted to, needed to come up with a way to make more income. And to undermine that is one, fucked up, but also two, it's you're undermining the very thing you want, seemingly.
Absolutely. And like I think that there are obvious sort of like criticisms of this, like within larger scale, like just turning the brain off by horniness, like you're saying. But I think it exists within a larger sort of culture of how sex workers are viewed by the public, and particularly like the burp fetish forums is divided into like male media and female media, so it's not divided by sexuality. So like I spend a lot of time in the well, I don't really spend that much time looking at the media sections as much as the discussion sections these days on the forums there. But like when I was doing that, most of the people there are going to be like straight men, and like so the people I've interacted with that I'm talking about are mostly straight men, or at least female attracted men, whatever that may be. And I think there is definitely a degree of like an anti-sex work misogyny to a lot of this that is maybe a larger cultural problem, where they want to consume the content, but they don't really view like these creators as like real people and real workers, which I think is sucks, and we should call out. And that's what I'm hoping I'm doing here with this point.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree with you. 100% that that is important to really, yeah, I because I guess I didn't think about it as clearly, because yeah, I don't have that perspective. But yeah, you're right. I get it is to change, to really get, yeah, to make people, I hate the thought of people not humanizing any other human in general. So it's I'm lacking the words for this. But yeah, yeah, just realizing sex workers are also human. It sounds so stupid to say, but yeah, the fact that it needs to be said. Yeah,
Yeah, and I've been critical of pornography in the past in this interview,
sure,
and I stand by all that. But I think there are ethical considerations around pornography and how we interact with it.
certainly.
And then there's like discussions around how we treat sex workers, and I think those things are different. And I think particularly with these kind of like primarily solo fetish content creators, like it is probably the most ethical kind of like pornography you can consume, right? Like to most of the degree, they own the means of production or whatever,
Sure.
where they're not like they are making these choices. And I think there's maybe room to be critical of like of how much consent is really there within a capitalist system, but I don't think it's any worse than like any other job. And for some reason, we treat sex as like a unique point in that, both in terms of just general consent in like every aspect of sex, that we don't treat with like other forms of work or bodily harm or whatever that come from other forms of labor. But like for sex workers in particular, there's often an attempt to distance them from just doing a job.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. In like I think on many sides of the spectrum, whether it be in a more negative, dehumanizing way, or even just like wishing or wanting them to be part of whatever fantasy they're creating, rather than again looking at it as this is just a job, this was just a video, this was just my personality for this video, it's not how I live my life, which I think is sometimes also forgotten in this space, by people who consume content, is that separating the reality of what pornography is and what what reality can be, or what reality is with a partner.
Absolutely.
I think we mentioned it on this interview for a moment, but we've talked on this show a few times about like fetish or fetish adjacent content appearing in shows that are made for like kids or teens. Do you have any opinion on whether this is like a good thing, a bad thing, whether this is appropriate, or whether this is uh, maybe negatively influencing?
Well, I think it is hard to say certainly on this, because I feel like I'm into burping in a certain way and you're into farting in a certain way.
Sure.
And like obviously those are sexual interests for us. But like ultimately the majority of people are just gonna find those things funny, right? And like the humor of it really, like I've never really found burping funny. But I understand that for most people that's gonna be like a humor thing. So it's like when it shows up in media, maybe it's hard to draw that line, like I like, because I've heard all the stuff on this show where you talk about where fart fetish shows up in cartoons and stuff, and it's like, yeah, like I've seen some of the, like that Total Drama Island sort of stuff where it does feel sort of weirdly fetishized, and some of the other sort of like Canadian stuff that you've talked about where like there is kind of an oddly sexual dynamic to it in that content, in that media. Content. I didn't say content. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
In that media, but like maybe it is hard to draw the line, because like I think it makes a lot of sense that burping and farting is going to show up in media for kids in a non-fetish sort of context, and I think it's like it's maybe more my problem that I am reading something else into it and that I can't escape that. And I don't really like engaging with content made for kids, even if the characters are like adults. Like I still think there's like and of course all the actors in this stuff are adults, but even if they're playing teenagers and whatnot. But I find something kind of iffy about that, even if I do like sort of animated content that is made within the fetish and stuff. But like, I don't know. I think that like your point that you made in the past about like it is good so that people can kind of like understand their sexuality sooner by being exposed to fetish content is not something I think I really agree with. Like ultimately, I think that like I don't know. It's complicated, and like I think that we're okay. I'm gonna make a complicated point. I hope you'll bear with me, and if I'm not clear on this, please ask me to expand on it, because this could come across wrong, and I don't want to come across wrong.
Okay.
I think that we're often unwilling to accept how much like kids, preteens, teenagers have sexualities, right? That exist, that they are finding content to satisfy, especially on the older end of that. But like obviously they are not able to consent, and so they're often kind of they're not the focus of that media, even though they are sexual beings of themselves with sexual desires of their own. I think there's a complicated line to draw where I think that we should be maybe more accepting of young people being able to develop sexualities and explore that in safe spaces and comfortable ways, without inviting them into spaces where that would be inappropriate for them, because I feel like we're often wanting to sort of draw this hard line of like, you're either under the age of consent or over the age of consent, and either you are sort of a sexual being that's under the age of consent, or rather you are a sexual being over the age of consent, or we kind of presume in culture that anyone under that, just like, we have to wipe out any idea of them having sexual desire. It just isn't true. And that's complicated, and it's complicated to navigate that in a way that is not inviting child pornography, which is obviously bad. I want to make that very clear, is bad. But also, like, yeah, people who are ostensibly kids in whatever way that you want to draw that line do have sexualities, and I think that they like should be able to explore that in a safe space. I don't know though where the line gets drawn, where like it is content being made by adults for them, where like a grooming would be way too strong a term for it. But I think putting sexual content into stuff made for kids can maybe have that impression, right? That it is trying to impose a reality onto young people in a way that feels very inappropriate. But I don't know. Is this making sense to you?
100%. No, it makes so much sense. I think I could not agree more with what you're saying. I think maybe there's something too of the way I'm maybe presenting this question, and maybe it's not going to lend a different answer, but I think some of what I maybe like, because the Total Drama Island, I didn't watch the show. I saw that the clip, I believe. I can't really speak to whether that is appropriate or inappropriate. I mean, it kind of just seems like a weird exploration. If I think I'm thinking of the right show, I might be thinking of 17 actually.
They all kind of overlap. I think they're in a similar sort of tonal dynamic.
So I'm thinking of the one where he's wearing infrared or whatever goggles that can see farts.
Yes, I've heard you mention this before.
So I think I just saw that clip. I don't know if that's overly sexual or not. I think what I mean to maybe what should be more a question is something I saw in a tweet, although I didn't inquire about what the show was and the tweet didn't elaborate, is someone said a prominent show on Netflix just had a character admit to having a fart fetish. I don't know if that show is made for kids. It's probably not. It's probably maybe more of a maybe if not tween, maybe just full like, whatever you are in your 20s. I don't know. Adolescent. I have no idea. Whatever those words are. I'm too old for this at this point. Yeah. So yeah. Yes. So I guess that is maybe a question is, should there be, and maybe this ties in actually to the next question of this podcast as well, is should there be characters like that, that just kind of, I don't know where they go plotline wise, but to even have that character outed as such. I mean, they obviously probably would have that character speak about that because they have some idea of a plot line to go after, but I imagine, I mean, I can't imagine they just brought that up for no reason.
Yeah, I actually saw that you retweeted that because I follow you on Twitter.
Huh.
And like, I definitely think that's an interesting point. Like, I think in a larger way, I think having fetish discussions in media just generally is really good. Like, we should have more of that. We should talk about non-normative sexualities in media. And I think that is valuable to a lot of people. And I know that I found like, like, I think it is very unlikely and maybe not even really that desire to find like media that speaks about my fetish, outwardly. But I do think like, I find a lot of resonance with like stories about cannibalism, like films about cannibalism that are often kind of using cannibalism in a way that feels very adjacent to my own fetishistic desires, you know? Where I'm able to like engage with that media and understand it as a metaphor for what I'm going through. And it feels like, it's obviously not intending for the burp fetish or really probably any fetish even close to mine or ours. But it nonetheless speaks to it. And I think that's valuable to me. And I think that that's valuable in a larger media sense, for like, when I was a kid, when I was struggling so much with the shame of this, like having more media out there that is not pornographic, that is just about people who have fetishes, I think that's great. I think that is valuable to show that that's just how people sort of exist out in the world. I think when it directly kind of comes into overlap with like kid stuff and stuff for even teens, it's kind of maybe there are questions like the stuff we've already mentioned. But I think that there's maybe an easier way to show somebody is a fetishist in a way that feels like part of their identity rather than like sneaking in fetish content into the media without talking. Like it's kind of two sides of a coin, but they're definitely different sides, right? You can either sneak the media in to cater to fetishists, or you can just talk about fetishism in the media without catering to the fetish, And I think that the latter of that is good. And I think I ultimately support in the same way that I think having any sort of identity or sexual group in a piece of media is good and is not like some form of grooming. Like
Sure.
it probably goes without saying, but like obviously there's a lot of discussion around like queer people in media for kids and whether or not that is like there are some very conservative people who are very against that, and I think that is awful to like push back against people being like young people being able to be represented in the media they see. I don't think fetish stuff is exactly the same, but I think it exists on a similar line where people trying to understand their sexualities are going to be more comfortable with a space to understand it through others, and see how others' experiences are. And if that's part of like more mainstream media, I think that's good.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's very what you're saying. I could not agree with more. Makes a lot of sense. Um, it kind of ties in. It kind of doesn't tie in. It's a little bit different. But you'd mentioned to me in your email that you were somewhat skeptical of the. I guess one of the missions of this podcast of normalization, but I think specifically if there are more non-fetishists publicly doing these arousing fetish triggers, how does one particularly navigate a world in which that happens, where for instance people are burping more openly or people are farting more openly in public. Do I first of all have that correct, and then if not or if so, can you expand on that?
Yeah, I think you have the general idea, but let me put it this way.
Okay.
I feel like you and some of your guests have sort of suggested this idea that there's both a need to normalize farting in the culture more, that shouldn't be so stigmatized, it shouldn't be so taboo, and it's just a natural function, right? Um, but then there's also this desire to normalize the fetish and to make that more open. And I kind of feel like those two things can't coexist, or at least I'm not sure like one person can be for both of those things without it being like a just wanting more content sort of thing.
Interesting. I agree with you actually. Yes. I do think I think whether it's part of that same dichotomy or slightly different, or a third possibility in that um uh, group of possibilities, is there is some who people who would prefer it stay taboo. Now, obviously, when they say that, they obviously mean, but not with my partner, or not with some other whoever, or maybe they do. Maybe they do somehow want it to remain taboo within their partner. That seems really weird and hard to do, but and unfulfilling also, at least in my estimation. But yes, there is a segment of people that want to keep it as taboo. That may be part of the same segment who want to normalize, I would say, farting as an act rather than the fetish as a fetish. I'm definitely one to lean on the normalizing of the fetish, at least as the way you've pitched that to me, um, just because just to speak selfishly, honestly, the lack of, I guess, understanding on a societal level makes me makes finding a partner for the kind of sexuality I would like to explore um difficult, to the point where it's almost like, for me, normalizing the fetish is almost like, let me crash course you guys through several of these levels so you can, meet me where I'm at. Not that this is not me saying I'm like above people or better than people. That's not the context I'm using of, in terms of get to my level. It's more just like um the like I guess it's what I talked about in episode 29, is kind of the idea of, this is my perception, so anyone who's listening or writing or whatever, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but the perception I have is that, finding a partner who is into femdom is not impossible. Finding someone who's into femdom and farting is a lot more difficult. On the reverse, finding someone who's into farting may not be that difficult. It may be a little more difficult than just the femdom, but not as difficult to find. But finding someone who's into farting and femdom, again, you're going into this really difficult paradigm. Again, in my opinion, my estimation, my experience.
Yeah, I was definitely with episode 29, saddened to hear how, like, difficult that has been for you and how disheartening that's been. But, like, it kind of seems like my perception, and obviously I'm outside of your experiences, so I don't wanna simplify things because, again, everything's complicated. But, like, it seems to me that if you find a partner, especially one who is interested in the more dominating aspects, that it would seem to me as an outsider that it would be easier to sort of bring up the fart stuff as an aspect of domination, right? Like, if you already have someone who's like interested in you, interested in like being a dom, in a sort of sexual play, that can kind of coexist, even if it's maybe hard to find, right? Without having to be like someone who is like I know there's like kink dating apps and stuff and fetish dating apps, but I've never really felt a desire to like go looking on those for people, for me, just because it's like uh it's like I feel like what I'm into is obviously maybe less specific than yours, and I don't want to equate them too much.
Sure.
But like if you find someone who's interested in you, then that's kind of the easier step, right? Like nobody's going to be like on another like dating app for fetishists going like, "Oh yes, I am looking for someone who has a burp fetish that I can burp for." Like that's just not really a thing, especially for women, right? Like I know with some of the gay side that's maybe a little more common, both for burping and farting, but for women, I I have not. I don't see that as like a real thing that happens often, and I think it's probably easier just to find people who are interested in you and interested in playing with your desires. And I feel like there have to be people though, like once they're interested in you, who are going to be interested in what you're interested in sexually, just because they like you and they maybe like the overall power dynamics of it, right? But I understand that is hard to find.
No, absolutely. Well, and that is certainly what I've said on this show as well, and what I believe as well too. Um, uh, yeah, I think it's maybe the easily summarized idea is, I mean, I didn't think this. I thought I could do it, but I am trying to challenge that paradigm to in a way that's not doesn't make sense. In a way that's not practical. In a way that I think we talked about branding at some point in this episode. Um, yeah, in a way that doesn't just brand. It doesn't sell. Um, and that is unfortunate. To be more clear, uh, you know, for anyone, if you're not clear, or I'm not being clear, like I definitely wanted to and tried to be much more forthright and outcoming with this fetish, in terms of like dating profiles and what have you. Even if a little more playful, to say like olfactory fetishes. I find people often don't read a lot of that stuff anyways, or maybe they don't understand it, when I do use words like olfactory fetishes. But the point is, like, um, yeah, there is something to certainly be said about having someone like you first, and then kind of springing this fetish on them. I find a little bit of difficulty in like discussing what sexual interests I have that aren't this. I mean, I guess I could just say I'm into femdom or whatever. And anyway, this is not a therapy session on myself, but the point is, I think yeah, it's something to think about and explore. Um, for sure, in terms of like, I mean, obviously I know this, as I've said it. I know it intellectually. And yet there is, I think, whether it be in the context of this show, challenging societal paradigms in general, I didn't consider myself to be someone who would do that. But obviously in this area, I think I just kind of did it as a, what I felt like a necessity, as a, like, this is the partner I need to find. I'm getting close to 40. That I kind of don't have time to like whatever. But that's my own haste and waste and whatever, I'm sure. Uh yeah,
Yeah.
I hope anyone who's conflicted equally, or as I am, or at an earlier stage or later stage or whatever, can at least take something from this kind of rambling uh exploration I still have. Because as much as this show I try to present as a, like, you know I know what's going on, I don't. I'm just figuring out as much as anyone else.
Yeah. I did want to say while we're on the topic, though, that I was definitely sad to hear how disheartened you've been with the mission of the podcast. But if I could comment on that, I kind of feel like normalizing the fetish. I mean, either of our fetishes of these kind, let's say, like, I don't think they're necessarily for the benefit of of partner play so much. Like, I don't think being super open about, like, you had the one guest who was very open about his fetish and how that helped him score lots of women. But I think that's obviously going to be a minority for people. Like, I think that you can have a fetish like ours, and you can have a fulfilling relationship with people that do or don't involve your fetishes. Um, but I think the normalization process is more for other fetishes, right? Like, I find a lot extremely valuable in like going through the past month or so over these what is it, 29 episodes of this show so far. Like, even for a fetish that I'm not part of, it feels like a space that I always wish I had, and I wish I'd had this sooner. To be able to hear people talk about their fetishes in a way that is not about just discussing pornography, but is about what it is to live with a fetish, And I think that's extremely valuable. And I think I want to be really clear on this. You're really good at it, Raj. Like, you are really good at facilitating these discussions. And like, I feel like there really haven't been like bad episodes of this show because you're really good at talking about this with people and having intelligent discussions with your guests. And like, I think we would have a worse space without this. I wish that I had a fetish that wasn't so adjacent to it, or else I'd be sharing this podcast with all of my friends. But unfortunately, it's just a little too close to home for me.
No, I hear you. I hear you. And I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for saying all that. Yeah, you're right. I think that is a very purposeful mission of the podcast, or makes sense to be, so, is to provide that space to um do that. I mean, it is, at least in part, uh was the goal. I mean, reading the uh yeah, I can't even think of his name at the moment, but reading the study on the fart fetishist, which, I'm not here to backseat psychologist someone. I don't have the credentials. I'm not, anyone in that space as far as an academic. Um, but I really found it subpar as a exploration of a fetish, and to definitely be a solitary and singular study of someone's life experience. Certainly, I'm sure, hopefully, told the case studies, the person who the subject was about. I certainly hope it told their story, but it certainly, I hope, was not seen, or definitely didn't want it to be seen, as a solitary case of, this is the monolith of fart fetish. Here we go. We can file it in the psychological a bookcase or whatever, and put it away and never think about it again, or pull it out when we need to reference it. And
For
that's what
sure.
I
And I
want.
think
Yeah,
when we had discussions about representation around other like forms of media, like that's the thing, right? Is like the study you're talking about, like the person that you read from, like I'm sure that those are very much honest experiences for him, but they just can't encapsulate an entire community. And I think having a space for people to share diverse experiences that they've had with the fart fetish seems really important, to just like showing the sort of more holistic view of it, right? For the people you can have. And I hope that I'm not imposing on the community here by coming here as someone who's outside of the fart fetish community. But I hope maybe it also can help to expand that, like, fart fetish is not singular in a lot of this stuff. Like I've had a lot of similar stuff with burp fetish. Like a lot of it, like there are important differences, but ultimately, like the fundamentals are there. And I imagine for other fetishes, like maybe it gets less and less so as you branch out, but ultimately, like there just isn't a lot of representation of fetishes that aren't like obvious kink BDSM stuff out there, and a lot of people just don't understand that, which I think is just a problem with the lack of representation. And I hope this podcast can get maybe a wider viewership or listenership, for people who are outside of like fetish communities. But if it is only for fetishists, ultimately, I think that's still really valuable.
absolutely. I know. I definitely agree with you, 100%. But one thing I do want to get back to, in terms of the before we get off the normalization idea, or um, that kind of topic, Aura, is, I think you'd mentioned the kind of the loss of the mundane aura that would perhaps happen around burping, as because the layperson, not a fetishist. I don't I apologize, I don't know what this question is even. I'm a
No,
bit
I think I see what you're
I'm a
saying,
bit
or I'm
scattered.
on the same.
Yeah,
I can go from there. I have stuff to say for what you've already said.
for
Like
sure.
I think I want to be clear. Like for me, the mundaneness of it, or even the taboo of it, is not key to the fetish for me. Like I think that can work, and there's certainly like scenarios I've imagined where that can be a fun aspect of it. Um, but like I think the bigger thing is that, like, if you normalize like the fetish, or both of our fetishes, um it won't, like, people will understand it as a fetish more, um like I think how feet fetishism has gotten more widespread. Like it's kind of harder to post feet in a really obvious way online without people like understanding that might be like a sexual thing, and maybe being a little bit more like, I know there's a lot of kind of slightly humorous posts where people will censor their bare feet from photos just because of the understanding that will end up on WikiFeed or whatever, because they understand the fetish aspect of it. I think in some ways normalizing fetishes like that is important to empowering the people who like would otherwise be sort of unwillingly creating content for it, to have some control over how they want to be seen in that same way. Um, but I suppose there's also just a thing of like there's a line in the like burp fetish forums that I see a lot where people are averse to talking about it publicly, like both in terms of like people commenting stuff on videos where they explicitly mention having a fetish for burping, but I think also just like like I think somebody put something on the Wikipedia page for burping, like just a side little note there that mentioned that some people had a fetish for it, because it's not even on like the list of paraphilias page. But they mentioned it on the burping page, and some people were like, "Oh, they shouldn't do that. That's going to make it too seen." And a lot of people just don't want the fetish to be seen that much, because once something's seen in that way, like they can't get as much free content from people who aren't aware of it, which I think is kind of a weird, like, I get the point. They're probably right about that. But at the same time, I think that that's a power that creators should have over their image, right?
I agree with you. I will say I think it does swing both ways, though.
Yeah, well, okay, I'll comment on that. Like, yes,
Okay.
there would probably be more commercial content the more you normalize these fetishes, right? Like, in terms of commercial stuff, for sure, people would be more willing to monetize it, and understand that there is a market for that, which could be good in the long run, but it's certainly a downside to free content. I don't know if that's what you were going to go for, but I just wanted to add that.
100%. I do agree with you, but no, it actually wasn't. I actually think there is something to be said about the awareness increasing consent. Like the awareness of these things being a fetish kind of allows people to consent, such as blurring their foot photos when they post them, instead of just like, I'm sun lounging, here's, a picture of me, and not thinking about it. And I think about on the opposite end of that spectrum is, I don't know how much you watch tech YouTube at all, but the Austin Evans channel, he's obviously well aware of his feet, and I mean, one prominently shows them sometimes and mentions the wiki feet possibility each time he does it, but clearly plays into that anyways, because he's well aware of that. Kind of the mentioning as like, this is gonna end up on wiki feet, and yet doing it anyways, so in its own way, consenting to that as part of his content brand or what have you, his persona. But yeah, I do think there is a bit of consideration. I'd love to hear what you think about that, on terms of, like I say, people being able to actively consent then at that point by knowing it is out there. And as well as sometimes it does empower some creators to play into that paradigm.
Yeah, I think I don't think it's a particularly hot take, even if some of the fetish people disagree with it. But I think consent is generally almost always a good thing. Like, I think that it is good for creators to be aware of how their images are being used and understood. Um, but I think like there's this idea of like maybe like in the theoretical, we can imagine like could we press a button and normalize these fetishes or make them something that's known widely? I think that if we could just press a button and do that, it would probably make the world like better in some ways, or at least get around some of the ethical questions at the very least, around these kind of fetishes. Um, but there's not like a button like that. Like the process of normalizing this stuff is going to be long and complicated, and more importantly, highly individual, right? Like, I'm not really at a point where I'm willing yet to like publicly speak about my fetish. But that's kind of like the only way this happens in a normalized way, is for a lot of people to publicly speak about what they're into, and make these fetishes known. Like when I think about people who publicly talk about fetishes like these, there's very little, right? I don't know in the fart fetish community if like outside of people who are like making commercial content, whether they're like people who have the fetish or not. I don't know if it's different in the fart fetish community, where there are people that you know of, like celebrities or whatnot, who are very outspoken about it. But I can't really think of many who are rare. I think Pyrocynical,
It sounds
the YouTuber
vaguely.
Pyrocynical.
No, I don't think I know.
Well, I'd love to talk about Pyrocynical for a second,
Okay.
because I'm not like a Pyrocynical fan, but this was a Pyrocynical got had a scandal about where let me double check Pyrocynical's pronouns. I'm pretty sure him, but let me just double check that. Okay, I'm going to assume he him, but if I get Pyrocynical's pronouns wrong, apologies. where they were being accused of like grooming minors in his Discord. And because of that, he had to publicly come out and like go through those conversations that looked like grooming and essentially reveal that actually like there was some stuff where the person had lied about their age that he was like doing these conversations with. But the stuff he was doing was like that furry role play with like burps and farts. And he had to come out and publicly make that clear what his fetishes are. And now he's just like existing as someone who like has that stuff out about him. And like that's the only real example. And I hate that he had to do that in a context where that was something that like he didn't have control over really being able to put out there. But I think it's still an interesting example of somebody who was kind of like allowed that to be part of his brand now as a public figure, as someone who's is a very popular content creator in the gaming space, and also like whenever something kind of you know related to these kind of fetishes comes out, like people will tag him. He might pop up in the comments on stuff. I see him on my fetish Twitter all the time, showing up on certain works of art and stuff, and he's followed by a lot of people that I'm following. So I think that's an interesting example of kind of the like counter of normalization, but I don't think there's a lot of people who would do that willingly that weren't in a position like him, And I think it's really admirable that you're so willing to put your fetishes out there as just like part of who you are, that you can have your like gaming YouTube and all this and your acting portfolio, but it's also kind of linked up with your podcast as like just part of who you are and what you're interested in.
Absolutely. Well, for sure. I mean, it remains to be seen if it will work. I think there was a part of me who did think I could brand and use it as a successful, not like um I mean, I guess it would be like, but just like, whether it be just interest or whatever, like being more public about it, does that um having been secret for so long, is that the X factor in my creative uh, expression, I guess, as it were, in being more successful or more seen, or whatever we look for as creatives.
Yeah, if I can add on that, there's
Please.
maybe something sort of concerning that I think I mentioned in the email where like as someone who's made very personal artwork about myself, that there's maybe kind of a feeling that I like, even as someone who doesn't really have like an audience, who has like a few hundred subscribers on my like non-fetish YouTube, who is not like a public figure in any way, like that I don't have an audience that I'm speaking to. But it's the same way I'm creating art at times with an understanding that people will see it, that it's going to be out there publicly. And um I've gotten praise from work I've done in the past. It's very personal artwork, that is very like revealing about myself and that sort of thing. There's maybe like a desire to sort of be seen as like so vulnerable and out there and putting every detail of yourself out into the world and your work, and particularly in like a kind of a pseudo documentary auto fiction kind of way where being completely honest about everything can kind of be seen as a virtue, or like at least an artistic or something that is praiseworthy in terms of being an artist, but maybe is more complicated than that. Because like I don't think I owe it to anybody to come out and publicly say that I have a burp fetish.
Certainly,
I don't think that is something that I have to do. But it's like kind of the one thing about myself that I'm like not willing to really talk about openly. And like I mentioned, I've alluded to it sometimes, and I've mentioned that I have a fetish to people that I know IRL, but I wouldn't talk about what it is. But like part of me is like, well, if I have this like one barrier, then it's like the Joker in the Dark Knight, right? Like if you have one rule, then it's the one rule you have to break. Like if I want to be totally honest, then I have to like reveal that about myself. And like part of me thinks like, yeah, like maybe there is interesting art that can be made about myself in revealing this aspect of my sexuality in a way that just feels kind of like, I can put it out there. It doesn't have to be that big of a deal, but then there's all the other sort of complications that we've talked about where like, I don't know how the people around me would respond to that. Not in like a judgmental way, just like, it makes certain interactions maybe a little more messy in terms of like them knowing that I have this fetish where like, if I made some like piece of art where I mentioned it, then that's like fine on its own, but it's all the other things that come after that, all the ways that it has to just be like something that's publicly out there then.
Absolutely. No, that makes a lot of sense. Well, and I think there's something to be said too about the this may be a point to something you said earlier about that creator who got outed and then embraced it as part of their personality or part of their brand. I think it's kind of that's an unfortunate case, but I think that is the part of the growing pain of normalization is this embrace of being out to a point where being out doesn't mean as much as it did. Like, let's say for instance being a gamer was somehow stigmatized, and in some ways it actually is. There's some context you're like, you don't want people to know you're a gamer because that'll have a they'll have a perception of you that you don't like because they're not enough of a gamer to understand what you mean by that. But
Or
anyways,
yeah, gamer is definitely a loaded term. I was a little bit unsure what you meant because like video games are pretty normal, but yeah, gamer as a term definitely has a
absolutely.
cultural definition.
Well, and then even on a normie to people who do game to, or do they play indie games or do they just play Call of Duty? Like gamer is
Yeah.
also broad even within the video game spectrum, but 100% yes, board games, yeah, absolutely. But I think the point is it takes a few bold people to embrace the title before it can just be mundane enough that people can just embrace it in a way that doesn't like raise eyebrows, as it were, or like people can just, it'll just roll off the tongue, or you could put it on a business card or whatever the context may be. You could put it on your Twitter profile, and people won't really think twice about it. I think there is something to be said about uh, it takes some people to do that first to be able to get to a point where this can be more embraced overall, if that's the goal.
Yeah. I anticipate I'm going to make that step at some point. Like I feel like I've become more comfortable with a lot of stuff where being able to talk about it and make it even part of my art in some kind of like in a more introspective way feels like something that I can imagine in the future in a way that I really like wasn't able to in the past. Like I don't know if we really like I think I've implied this, but let me go ahead and put it out there really clearly. Like, I don't talk about the specifics of this fetish with anybody outside of like having online handles. This is the first time I've like spoken about it with my voice publicly outside of like maybe recording stuff on my own. So it's like it's a step and maybe a step towards something bigger in the future. But like when I was in high school, I really thought that I like just couldn't even talk about having a fetish. Like I could maybe talk about how I didn't enjoy like traditional pornography, but I couldn't necessarily like say that even what I was into was like a fetish thing. And there was a part of my life where I was like, maybe I will like try to explore some of the sort of complicated ethical questions that come with this fetish, like a documentary that I can make publicly about the fetish. But maybe I don't have to like identify myself, that I could like make it under my real name, but kind of pretend to be an outsider. And I think that's kind of a stupid idea, frankly. Now looking back, I don't think it would really work. And I think most people would kind of be able to understand it's maybe a little bit less of an outsider position. I don't know if that would really be honest in terms of documentary ethics. But when I was feeling that way, I was like, well, maybe I'll do that. And because I felt that way, it was like, well, I can never like talk about my fetish stuff publicly because if I ever decide to do that, then people will know that I'm lying. They'll know that actually she has the fetish, that she's trying to report on. So it was kind of like I had to distance myself, and frankly, I've just gotten more comfortable recently. So I've told like a lot of people that I maybe only slightly alluded to fetish stuff in the past, like explicitly, like, oh yeah, I have this fetish. I can't tell you like what it is, but we can have like a full conversation about it if you want to talk about like, what fetishism means to me and how it complicates my view of sexuality. And I've had good discussions. Like, I'm talking recently, like in the past 2 months, where people who I've been close to for many years, like I've been able to open up in some part about this with them and felt more comfortable in that. Which I think feels like a good step in the right direction, even though I'm not sure like what the ultimate goal is for me.
Absolutely, absolutely. And one thing I did that is the thing I kind of skipped over or jumped back to, and because I forgot this, but the idea I wanted to definitely express and validate is the idea that I don't think or I don't only explicitly think normalization that is outing yourself is the only valid way to go, or the only way that can be done. I do think there is something equally valid to contributing to the whether the fetish or whatever, contributing to the conversation of the fetish in an art form that is not necessarily tied to your identity, but is still equally as prominent or whatever. It achieves some kind of societal importance, even if it's on a small scale or within a small audience or what have you. It reaches
Yeah.
people that helps tell the story of what your expression with this fetish is, whatever honest expression that may be. I think that's very important, regardless of whether anonymity is maintained or not. I think that's equally valid in terms of this idea of I don't even think it's normalizing burp fetish, normalizing fart fetish. It's really normalizing fetish as a sexuality, because I think people are starting to kind of grasp kink, and I think just beyond that is fetish, and I'm hoping that understanding is coming quickly. But more of this, as I understand fetish to be like kind of this sexual requirement of something to get off, but that may not even be everyone's definition. In this, we've even talked about this in this interview, about how definitions kind of just kind of serve on a categorization basis, or a way to, like, this is how I can easily get you to understand me, whether it be a dating profile or just talking to someone in public. I use these words or these terms because it's the easiest way to express
Mhm.
express myself in a way that you'll understand or grasp very quickly.
Yeah. I think maybe one of the risks, though, of trying to sort of have larger fetish discussions is like, I am, maybe I'm just catastrophizing or imagining some kind of worst case scenario, but it feels like there's maybe this risk of like what is there's one of the internet rules where it's like everything is somebody's fetish, right? Like if you get wide enough, like everything out there somebody's going to be into. Or like, how do you live in a world with that kind of knowledge, right? Like you kind of have to understand the scale of stuff. And like I think it's hard for me to really understand like I know the fart fetish is, I believe, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but my perception is it's a decent amount more common than the burp fetish, or at least more talked about online. Like I looked at the Google trends, and it's always had a good deal higher word search, I guess, for fart fetish over burp fetish. But it's kind of like the more like, do people try to navigate a world where they like, what we talked about with the foot fetish stuff, with like censoring their feet. Like you can't do that for everything, right? Eventually, like there's a point of yourself that you have to just put out there, and like it may be somebody's fetish in some way, and you're just never going to be able to like kind of get around the fact that like people have like bizarre interests that they can't justify, um, which I think is important to talk about. But it's also like you can't plan for all of that.
100%.
There's always going to be somebody out there who's like posting you on some bizarre forum for whatever you've done.
I will say, though, I think that is maybe fortunate, maybe unfortunate. I guess it depends on perspective, but I think that's kind of the reality of kind of the modern world. I think a lot of stuff um, that we take for granted as normalized today was underground, unspoken, on like on not on the surface, and then became more normalized through whatever discussion, acceptance, sometimes violent protest, whatever the case may be. Like I think there's something to be said about that as well. Is I think there's a some of it is just, it's going to happen anyways, it's going to occur anyways, because with the internet, with people becoming more uh wanting to meet community and meet other people as such as themselves, who may have these interests, these niche interests, some of them sexual. I think it's going to be inevitable that it will reach the mainstream people eventually, the people that don't have these fetishes or inklings or desires. um and it's just it really there's no, it is inevitable snowball that really there's nothing that will stop it, or no, uh, no, I mean, I think things maybe can make it go a little quicker, but honestly don't, I have doubts in even how that even goes. I think people look into these things when they're somehow interested in them, somehow vaguely, adjacent to them. But otherwise, it kind of, they seem to, like this podcast, for instance, stay within their niches for the most part. I mean, certainly you get a few people around the edges. I've gotten a YouTube comment or two that have been like, my wife and I, or my partner and I are not fetishists, but we enjoy your podcast, this and that. So there are people on the outside that are have been reached, but I think for the most part, it is mostly within the community. Um, but yeah, I think that is a consideration to keep in mind as well.
Yeah.
One thing you mentioned in terms of you brought up in your email was James Joyce. Now I have to
Yes.
out myself. I'm not very well read on literature, but of course on the website epractophilia.org, I have put at least a segment of his letters, which are very explicit in the mention of farting and enjoying farting, which seems to at least be an aspect, at least read as an aspect of his sexuality, if not more so. But you brought up a point that this is perhaps a violation of Joyce's privacy, by not only, I guess, reading his reading, but also publishing his private letters. Um, but this is also contrasted against the perhaps potential positive effect of normalizing that this prominent famous author has fetishes as well as maybe some of his fans. So can you talk about your views on this?
Yeah, well, I think I should just say I can't say I'm the biggest Joyce fan, but like I do really like Joyce a lot from what I've read of his work. I haven't read Against Wake, so I'm a fake fan, I guess. But I love Ulysses. I think he's one of the most interesting authors, and obviously a difficult guy to get into in terms of his work. Like it's not the most accessible, but I would certainly recommend it. And he's very like sort of forward in his writings about like having these deviant sexual interests. Like Ulysses, his most famous book, has this sequence at the end where the main character is at a brothel and he's getting like a sort of drunk there and having these kind of like fantasies that spiral out into this whole, formalistic nightmare sort of scenario where he's being put on trial for all of his shortcomings as a human being. And part of that is that one of the women of the brothel sort of takes on this dominating role where she becomes a man and he becomes a woman, and they engage in some sort of fetish play stuff where she's like farting on him and burping in his face and stuff, and kind of taking on this like masculine role alongside that, in a way that's like maybe not inherently fetishistic, but certainly feels adjacent and feels like it exists within a larger context of what Joyce is maybe into. And like whatever we want to extrapolate from that part of Ulysses, it's like that's the work, right? That's what James Joyce published out into the world and allowed us to access. And clearly a lot of himself is in his work, but like what we're going to take from that is kind of up to us. I think it's something different though with the letters, where he has sent these private letters to his wife talking about these sort of sexual fantasies that involve farting. And it's like that's for his wife. That's like there's maybe a value in that to sort of normalizing fetish stuff like that. And whenever when I see people talking about fetish stuff online, a lot of people will bring up Joyce's letters as an example of that. Not always in a sort of positive light outside of fetish communities, but like, also you'll mention them and be like, oh yeah, Joyce did that. And it's like, yeah, I mean, that's kind of part of James Joyce's public persona nowadays, is that he I think it's maybe difficult to say he had a fart fetish, but he certainly had some kind of sexual interest in farts, right? which I think is worth talking about. And yeah, there's a degree though which just feel violating in a way that is maybe normalized for a lot of famous authors to just have their entire like private lives published after their deaths. Um, which I don't know. I'm not enough of an academic to tell you whether or not like that should be allowed or what the utility of that is really in academia. But especially in that case, just feels really sort of like I don't think Joyce would have published those letters if he had control of his life, of his work after his death, you know. But it exists out there, and there's sort of consequences for that that we can witness for better or worse, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, and I think you touched on the only, and I don't even think it's an argument. It's not really a justifiable argument, but there's certainly a desire after a author's death, especially when it is such a author of such note or prominence, to basically like go through everything they have and just find whatever unpublished works and whatever they were working on. What is their pen on the moment they died? Like, we have to
Mm-hmm.
know everything, uh you know and yeah, there's something a bit rapacious and unhuman, dehumanizing about that, that should be under consideration. But yes, I do think that is the excuse most people would use is, well, these geniuses, we need to pick them apart and know everything about them, because they were such a great mind in our time, and we didn't get to ask these questions. These letters are answering questions that we could have asked, and or whatever could have been answered by more work if they had stayed alive. um yeah, I think there's it goes back to ethics. Like, it's not going to be easy for it's not going to be have one single answer to that. There may be a righteous one, um in terms of like one that is more. I think the righteous one would generally be the one that's more human, or respects the human. uh but yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's some authors, or artists, or other creative people out there who do want their stuff published. I In lieu of them saying that, though, there's no way to know otherwise. So it is a bit presumptuous to, like, again, pick through someone's life, a person deceased, and basically put it on display for everyone. um yeah, I think most people who do such things would say they're doing it out of respect and to ensure that this knowledge is upheld and maintained for posterity. And, like, I want to make sure everyone. I love Joyce, so I want to make sure everyone knows everything about Joyce, the way I want to know everything about Joyce. But there is something to be considered in the ethics of that, I think, as you I think you've
Yeah.
you've brought up, basically.
Yeah, I think there's a couple more points I wanted to hit on with
Sure.
this, but one of them is just like I had the experience when I went to college of like telling my roommates at the time that I was into Joyce, and I don't remember if I'd heard about the letters before, if that was my first time, but they brought up the letters. They were like, "Oh yeah," and they kind of like, I hate to say it on this platform, but they were kind of mocking of it, of mocking of this part fetish, not necessarily like shaming him for it, but acknowledging that it's certainly um, not something that is normalized in a
Sure.
world and
Certainly.
is maybe allowed a certain amount of derision. And when I talked about shame before, it's like I haven't been shamed for my fetish, but there is an understanding that fetishes like mine are sort of subject to shaming in a sort of public way, um, like that. Or, it wasn't like a big deal for me at the time. But it's like, it still feels like it was an experience that stuck with me in terms of seeing people kind of having the ability to laugh at something like that without really like, where I was maybe getting something different out of it, understanding that this author I admired was kind of maybe a little bit more like me, and had things that I could relate to, but that were not hitting the same way for my friends.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of
Yeah,
sense.
I was gonna say the other point I wanted to hit on was that like when we talk about like artists and stuff and like understanding the artist like out of their work, and I guess we can get into all the relevant parts, the author stuff. But like one of my favorite bands is like the lead singer is a furry, and he's like very open about it. It's a car seat headrest. If any of your listeners are car seat headrest fans, and like if you didn't know he was a furry, it's like I feel like you would figure it out pretty quickly because like all the album art features animals. He talks about animal stuff all the time. Like, you know, I'm not a furry, but again, that might be protesting a little bit too much at times. But like, you know, he like that's kind of part of understanding the music is understanding that he writes kind of furry music at times. You know, even if it's not something that he is like he's kind of said it and he's worn a fursuit to concerts, but it's kind of like, you know, you're expected to know that. There's other stuff in the music though that is very personal and around personal experiences he's had that like you can find people talking about it, but it feels much more sort of prying into his life to sort of say like what romantic relationships inspired this album, you know? Like you can find those details and they're commonly talked about in like the you know discussion boards around the band, but to me that feels much more invasive, you know. And there's a line where like can you get more out of the band's music for knowing that connection about that relationship, which was with another artist. Like yeah, there's definitely stuff in the music that means more if you know about it, but I don't think that's something that is like part of the text and maybe shouldn't be taken um, without the sort of consent, and that's a hard line to draw.
For sure. Sure. And I don't know if the designation is important, but I think there's certainly a spectrum of acceptability to it as well. Of like the innocence, I guess, more would be more more into it. And I think of like I'm not a Taylor Swift fan, but I think of like basically her life is basically picked apart anytime she releases an album. It's like who is she broken up with, or who is she whatever. It's like it all became a huge like drama, and obviously that's media and that's what they do. But you know, it is kind of inappropriate, and in the same way like this just kind of like feeding frenzy off people's seemingly humanity. I mean, we like to hope and think these people are human behind their large personas, and yet we don't treat them that way.
Mm-hmm. Sure, I think especially I'm whatever the opposite of a fan is for Taylor Swift. I'm
Sure.
kind of a hater, I suppose.
Right.
And I'm sure she'll shake that off. But like, I think that there's a particular thing with her. And like, have you heard about this Gaylor stuff where people are trying to say that she's gay?
It sounds vaguely maybe familiar. I'm not sure.
There's all these conspiracy theorists who are like, if you listen to this part of the music, this is how she's like secretly trying to come out and just can't because of her label or something. It's just like, I don't know. I don't know if Taylor Swift is gay. Maybe she is, but like at a certain point that becomes like extremely invasive onto her life. And I don't like her. But like that's something where it becomes more like a conspiracy theory sort of direction on it,
Right.
more than just like artistic reading of somebody's work. So I don't know. And I can't say I'm like beyond that though. There are definitely artists that I love that I certainly have theories about who they are as a person because of the work they created. And in some ways, maybe I would like the work that I create to have a similar effect on people, to sort of think that people can know me a little bit better because of what I've created. Um, you know, and maybe like I mentioned, when I hinted at stuff in my art, that's something that when people know me better, they would maybe be able to pick stuff out of it that would be a little more cryptic otherwise, you know? So it's complicated.
No, it is. And well, you make a good point, because it really does speak to how we do want to perceive people in a certain way. I think this speaks to the same idea. Is like I think of Philip Seymour Hoffman. You know, I would like to think because I really enjoy his work. I you know, you'd like to think you could presume his type of person or whatever he felt or whatever based on his work. But I mean, maybe Mission Impossible 3 was his favorite movie, you know. Probably not, but the point is, you know,
He was damn good in it though.
no, for sure, that's the thing. He's damn good at everything. That's the point. But yeah, the thing is, it's, we can, it almost like with the Taylor Swift, the Gaylord conspiracy, it almost seems like the almost trying to make a narrative fit because you want it to, because it would be make you feel better. And more power to people that would like that, but maybe it's something to be kept in like a little like lore circle, or like you say, or maybe I imply from you is maybe it's best not to think in that at all, or if you do think that, don't produce it in a public forum. Don't like discuss it, or don't basically manifest that kind of idea or reality if you can help it. If you're not the one starting it, you can't really help it. But like essentially kind of remember, it starts at the core. Remember people's humanity, whether they be our neighbor or the biggest pop star in whatever right now. I think it's
I
just
think
remember. Go ahead.
on these ethical questions, I think I'm very good at judging people and saying that things are complicated or ethically messy. Then I'm maybe less good at like following through on that and not engaging in those kind of behaviors. Like there are absolutely like I think this is more of a thing with trans stuff where it's like there are like filmmakers I know of where I'm like, they sure are talking about a lot of the same stuff that I felt before I transitioned, and I've sort of joked that they're like, there's a term that we use called being an egg, which is when you're a trans woman who doesn't know that she's a trans woman. So I have like a list of directors that I think are eggs, which is kind of like violating of their, it's the Gaylor thing essentially, that I've sort of headcanoned this about an artist that I like, just because I find their work resonant in those themes. So it's like I can't really be so judgmental of it because I'm guilty of the same thing. But I've also felt the same thing around fetish stuff at times because like the Hernandez brothers who do comics, I read some of their comics for class and it's like there sure are like a lot of women burping in these comics. Like I have no idea what their opinion on that is. And I haven't read enough of them to have like a full judgment on much of that. But it's one of those things where you start to think about it, right? Where you're like, maybe they're into this too. Like, and with the lack of sort of public acceptance of these things, it's like, I think the reason why like Gaylor is popular is because like, a lot of queer Taylor Swift fans would sure love to have like another gay icon.
Sure.
And in the lack of enough of those, I would argue there's probably enough of it. Not enough. Enough is the wrong word. But there are probably plenty of those they could be supporting instead of pretending Taylor Swift is gay. But like, there's a reason that they want her to be, which is very personal and is trying to fill a gap that they're seeing. And I don't want to like judge them for that because I feel the same way about other stuff. Where when you're faced with a lack of representation, you're going to try to read it into other places. And I think that gets complicated, but I also understand the urge.
Absolutely. And maybe this ties in a little bit to my next question. And we talked about it a good bit as well, but there's probably more to say on it. Is something you mentioned is the complications around artists who incorporate their fetishes into art. Like what do you think those complications are? I think you've talked about some already, but maybe like lay them out here. And what do you think about like should artists incorporate their fetishes into their art?
I think that we've talked a fair bit about this. I'm trying to think what I can add, but like I think a lot of art that I love is very sort of specific and strange. And like part of me wishes that I found a way to incorporate like the way that my fetish makes me think about the world more into my art. Maybe not like in incorporating the fetish into the art, but just allowing it to sort of like in the way that people will be like, well, like Hitchcock clearly has like a blonde fetish, which I don't know if that's really a fetish, but you know what I mean. Like we can understand that certain artists, or like David Cronenberg, for instance, is somebody who has like many people will assume he has particular sexual interests, maybe not clearly what they are, but understand that he's kind of a deviant in terms of his work. I think there's a Roger Ebert quote about Crash, the movie Crash, where Ebert says, like, I wish somebody would make a film as vividly depicting my fetishes as Cronenberg has depicted this car crash fetish in the film Crash, which, maybe assumes that Cronenberg is more into that than he is. But like, I understand that. And I understand, like, there's a lens through which, like, having a fetish gives you a certain viewpoint of the world. And I think that can be valuable for plenty of artists who are able to use what they're interested in sexually to like create more interesting art because of that unique vantage point. And I think that's cool. Like, I think that's neat. I wish I could find this sort of middle ground with myself to be able to do something like that, but I'm not really sure the intersection, like we talked about. I think it gets somewhat complicated when we're involving other people, like we talked about with Tarantino. Like, I'm not sure you can really, like, when you're in a position of power, I think it gets to a certain point, like any other form of sexual exploitation in art making, right? Where you wouldn't ask an actress to sleep with you, but if you ask her to like do a fetish activity on camera, you can get away with that more easily. But I don't think that should be accepted. And I think we should be critical of that. But it's something also where, like, if you're not explicitly clear about it, then maybe it's easier to sort of have the deniability on it, which I don't think is a good thing. Um, I think people who do sort of fetish adjacent art, though, like, and find a way to do that in a way that feels ethical and transparent is maybe the wrong word, but at least enough where the people who were involved are aware enough of what's going into it. I think that's cool. And like we mentioned, Robert Crumb, like Robert Crumb is clearly has very particular sexual interest. And I think it's cool that he's able to express those in his works. And I found some of that relatable. I think having people talk about non-normative sexuality in their work is valuable. And maybe a strange point to make, but I think people are maybe quick to differentiate normative sexuality or non-normative sexuality rather than understanding that a lot of, like we talked about with pornography, a lot of sort of semi-normative sexuality also has kind of a fetishistic angle, like with the incest kink in mainstream porn. But like, I watched the Twilight movies recently. I'd seen the first one before, but the rest of them were for the first time. I thought that I had mixed feelings on some of them, but I thought overall I really enjoyed the experience of watching them and found a lot of stuff really resonant about how they represented like the vampire characters with like fetish stuff. Like the have you seen the Twilight movies, Raj?
I have not. I have not. But this is not me being dismissive towards them.
No, okay. Well, I'll give you a little bit of background. But the main character, or the love interest, Edward, is a vampire, and he's like unable to be around his love interest, Bella, the main character, for a lot of the story, just because of like he understands these urges he has to suck her blood because of the sort of fragrance of her blood that just drive him crazy. And he's all like, even once they're more comfortable around each other, like if she accidentally bleeds or something, like he has to just like distance himself. And I felt that was so relatable to how I've experienced the fetish, especially earlier in my life, where like that deep sense of shame and not being clear on how I'm supposed to engage with it. I don't think Stephanie Meyer, author of the Twilight books, is necessarily super fetishistic, and I would argue those are pretty like mainstream in terms of romance stories. But like, there's clearly a desire to engage with the sort of perverse in art that is coming from a real place in those. It's clearly coming, I think, I'm going to again read it as somebody's work about their sexuality, but Stephanie Meyer is a Mormon. She has a lot of like baggage, I think, from that around what her desires are. And I think you can read Twilight in a way as being about like ideas around sexuality that aren't necessarily abnormal, but aren't often spoken about, especially around like what women want in terms of sexual scenarios, where we prioritize the very like literal penetrative acts of straight male pornography, but we're often unwilling to engage with how women consume sort of sexual content through like erotica in ways that can often be sort of strange and a little bit off-putting, maybe in terms of some of what they're into when put through a more like a lot of people, and I imagine you were exposed more to this in the media landscape, being a little bit older than me. We're very critical of Twilight for how much it is like kind of sexualizing violent fantasies, right? Where it's all about like wanting someone who can kill you and like having this sort of violent, possessive man who's also like hundreds of years older than her, even though she's a teenager. Like, but all of these things are kind of like part of the fantasy, right? And that maybe there's something more mainstream about that than we are willing to accept. And like Twilight inspired 50 Shades of Grey, which is obviously much more like directly kink related, but I don't think it has the same power in terms of exploring the perverse, but it also maybe exposes that these sexual fantasies are part of the norm, that a lot of people who wouldn't do BDSM have some kind of fantasy around what 50 Shades was willing to show off. of that community, even if it's maybe a little bit complicated in terms of how good a representation, or whether the fantasy is actually engaging in BDSM versus just kind of the abstract notion of a guy that is like a bad boy,
100%. I do agree with what you're saying. I have a that is not to say I think 50 Shades of Grey did a good thing or did anything positive necessarily in terms of normalization or what have you. I think most people, I mean, definitely in the kink community, hold it as a not a great example of
Yeah.
kink, especially consent and this and that. But even the ones that are heralded as good examples, such as Secretary, which I think gets better, deeper.
Yes, I love Secretary.
And exactly, it gets deeper into kink, but again, does not touch on consent properly or any of that. But again, there's something to be said about, oh, would that be sexy if they sat and like negotiated consent and they signed a piece of paper? Maybe some people, but I think yeah, for the most part, it on a storytelling or whatever narrative sense, it slows the idea down. But that's besides the point. I think I agree with you that there is more value sometimes to the what would be more like a covert or narrative, or like whether it be interpretive, even like if it's whether it's about fetishes or whatever at all, but can be interpretive that way by the viewer. I think I agree that is more powerful than maybe the more explicit, as it were, 50 Shades of Grey. To get back to this discussion, as it were, the 50 Shades of Grey being so overt maybe isn't as effective as necessarily the message that can be pulled from something that's not nearly as overt in the lifestyle and yet can be attributed to it somehow.
Yeah, and I think I mentioned before that I found a lot of like cannibalism media kind of taps into that for me. Where like I'm not into cannibalism as a sexual thing. Maybe there's some kind of weird overlap where like it is a form of like consumption fetishism that maybe interacts maybe more than other stuff would with some of my fetishism, but like not where I'm getting off on it. But seeing media about people, and I think Twilight sort of overlaps with that, people who have these desires that are kind of violent and unnatural, but also fundamentally part of who they are. Like there's kind of a canon of that in the film, like a small group of films that kind of focus on that, like the French film Raw or Bones and All, stuff that is exploring these. Or like I recently saw the film Fresh. I don't know if you've heard of Fresh from Hulu. Um, but there's a scene in that where one of the characters, who is this sort of cannibal, is talking about like the main character is asking him like, how did you become like a cannibal and start like selling women's meat on the black market? Because that's what he does. And he's like, well, when I was a kid, I started to realize like I was into this, and then like I got to try it for the first time, and then I was like looking up whether anyone else had the same experiences, and I found like groups of people who are into this, and then I found there was a market for it. It's like a lot of that feels so familiar to me, like I have also been in that experience of having something that I was interested in and had to seek out whether there was a community of people who felt the same way. And even if it's not at all my experience, and even if that media is, even if Fresh is very critical of that character for murdering women and selling their meat, it is still somewhat resonant in how it's able to express stuff that I don't feel like other media is able to express. And I think some of the other examples I just mentioned do a better job at sort of showing like, how does this exist romantically? Like, have you seen the film Raw, the French film Raw?
No, I'm not familiar with
I
it.
highly recommend it. I think you would like it.
Okay.
Maybe, I don't know your tastes, but
Sure.
like it's all about a young woman's sort of like sexual development as she comes into college, which she also realizes like she has these cannibalistic urges, and like there are fundamental things that it asks of a viewer to like think about, like, or at least for me, like, what is it like to really live with like something like this that you don't feel like you fully have control over, but also have to find a way to deal with, where you can't just go around like eating everybody or consuming any, like we talked about with turning your brain off because of the horny. Like you just have to like find a way to like make do and deal with this. And I think having media that explores topics around like just accepting yourself in some kind of way, or finding a way to make it work is important. Or like I mentioned Bones and All, which is a story about like sort of people who realize they're cannibals and sort of stumble across each other. And a big point of that film is that people have like different sort of codes of ethics for each of the cannibals, of who they will and won't eat, what the situations will be. And it's like kind of like what we're talking about, right? Like you have to kind of draw that line for yourself when you're part of one of these niche communities, where you can say like, what am I willing to turn into a sort of sexual thing for my pleasure versus stuff that I'm going to put off the table, you know? And I think having this media that's kind of fetish adjacent, but not like I think most of the people that love these films are not necessarily engaging with them in the way that I am, but they certainly mean a lot to me because of that, you know?
Absolutely. I was going to comment on the there is an individualistic nature to the interpretation of like these stories that are not as overt as like a 50 Shades of Grey, for example, that I do think I think is good to those of us that are, you know, introspective, think about media. To those that I think which I think is a greater segment of people that watch movies, absorb them as entertainment. I think for that segment of the population, is where 50 Shades of Grey or whatever more overt media makes more sense, because it's almost like a more of a crash course. Because the more interpretive stuff, I generally think is this is maybe my bias, but for more people who are like film fans, film critics, people who are
Sure.
deep into the film, uh, film, whether it be you want to call it film Twitter or whatever phrase you want to use for film people that are film nerds, I guess. I think the introspective, the kind of putting themes and messages that aren't explicitly stated in the movie is more of the lore or the field of people who are like film nerds, as it were, which is no discredit to them. I would consider myself in that group, but to I guess it gives some credence to the overt as well, even if it's maybe not as appreciated by the segment in the kink community, for instance, for 50 Shades of Grey. And in the more overt area, to give one example that I can think of is Eric Wareheim of the Tim and Eric duo did the music video for Blonde Redhead, Drip, which was, I believe, according to the description, he says inspired by the artwork of Namio. I'm going to butcher this. Harukwara.
I think I know who you're talking about.
So yes, if you're at all familiar, it is the large butted Japanese women, often sitting on faces, other dominating things they do as well. But the butt is traditionally the most common in those artworks. But yes, this music video, you can see that, and you can see kind of the inspiration of both the artwork, but also I believe that description does maybe tell the viewer. I mean, it doesn't explicitly say like I have this fetish or whatever, but at the same way, like to say this is your favorite artist, I think does give implication to some deeper meaning, unless maybe just someone really enjoys that type of art. But I would find that surprising to not have some sexual element to enjoying that kind of art. But you know, could happen, could certainly happen. But yeah, I think that there is certainly value to artists, if that is their fetish or if they have an interest in it at all, exposing it. I think that's something that is an important expression as well.
Yeah. I think there's maybe an argument to be made. There's like an implicit fetishism to all art making, that it's always about kind of like, maybe not always a sexual fascination, but a fascination with certain sorts of things that feels very similar. And maybe there's often like a kind of almost exhibitionist desire to put oneself into the work, where like everything can kind of be read as a little bit fetishy. Like there's always something a little bit perverse about saying, I'm going to make art about things I'm feeling, to put myself out there and to explore like just like, you know, the camera as kind of a, you know, like, well, like a fetish. We've talked about like there's complicated definitions of fetishism, but like one of the definitions that I don't resonate with is like the sort of fetish object sort of thing about objectifying a thing. But that's kind of what film does, right? Is it turns real experiences into a singular object, right? By casting a lens on it and turning it into something maybe slightly more tangible, that can be perceived through this lens. So by casting that lens, it's kind of similar to maybe the lens of fetish stuff. I don't know if that makes sense. Maybe it's a reach, but I'll
No,
say it
no,
anyway.
I get that. I mean, I definitely understand what you're saying. I mean, if not in that context, it certainly is kind of a pretense or what have you. It is not. It is as much as it tries to be a representation of real life or real experience or one specific thing or many specific things. It's not. It's a facsimile. It's like for instance, the one thing I think of the most relatable to me is how movies portray like connection or initial meeting or whatever, and how that's often baked in a way that is not realistic or very, again, very formulaic or very formed. Like the one I think of, it's probably not used in movies or TV as much anymore, but the classic TV of like, running into each other with the hallway and then the books, everybody's
Of
books go
course.
flying. So yeah, and then now their eyes meet and all this stuff. And all this stuff, if you kind of don't have a lot of life experience and you live through vicariously through media, you might get a sense of like, oh, this is how people meet. But then you get out into the real world and you realize, no, it's much more, to use your word, actually complicated. It's much more messy. It's much more, it's much less formed. It's not scripted, as it were, I guess would be the best way to put it, in a way that media always will be. I mean, documentary, I guess, wouldn't be, but it's still a,
I disagree, but
well,
okay.
because I was gonna say, I was just gonna get to the whole, once you edit it, you produce it, whatever. Now it is very scripted, but absolutely, I
Yes.
guess in that very moment that it is shot, it's not scripted. But yes, even obviously, even to that, it could be scripted. But the point
Yeah,
is,
or like entering the camera into a scenario kind of always makes it a little bit less real.
uh, that's
If you agree
true.
with that.
I do. I mean, I'm a big fan. I mean, I haven't seen a lot of his work, but I've seen like Werner Herzog's Grizzly Man, and I'm well aware of how Werner Herzog, perhaps to an exploitive degree, uses the camera to get people to talk more, like basically to whether not we're in an interview format right now, so there's an expectation that when you stop talking, I start talking. But if I break that norm, there's a tendency of one of us is going to break that silence. And if I'm the one in control, the one that's, I am consciously making this decision, it's most likely going to be you, the subject, that's going to be like, oh, let me expand on that or whatever. Like, for whatever reason, I'm not done now because you
Absolutely.
indicated you haven't asked the next question or whatever. So yes, in that way, even that experience can be quote unquote scripted, because you have one party doing something that the other party is not aware of. So yes, to all bring it back, but yes, that is I cannot, like, it's a bit of an aside, but I cannot your perspective on all things we've talked about has been delightful. I mean, this has been one of the longest conversations certainly we've had on this
I hope you
show.
edited down a little bit.
I'm not. I mean, I'm definitely gonna like take out like there's often like awkward silence pauses or whatever, but no,
Sure.
I don't like taking out context too much. Because I think it's and only unless someone's like, please take that out. But like I've never desire I want these conversations to exist basically as they do, because I think there's value to that, as well as context to be gained through all of it, unless, as I say, repetitive things or this and that. But I don't particularly attribute to editing. And I even, I go through and listen through the whole thing, and but I do prefer to just leave it as it is, because I think people would prefer it as well, to be allow themselves to be represented as they would want to fully, rather than trimmed down.
Well, I hope your viewers love my discussion of Twilight. I'm sure
I'm
that's
sh-
what they signed up for.
I have no doubt they will. I have no doubt they will. Um, it kind of ties in. I'm making it tie in. What do you appreciate or value the most? Well, I guess those are the same. What do you value and appreciate the most about your journey in fetish, in sexuality, in both, in either?
I think that it's I've admitted I've had a complicated relationship with all of this,
Sure.
and like not always a positive one. I think probably minority positive one, but like I think it has given me a certain different way of looking at things. It is maybe a little more skeptical about certain things in my life, around like questioning things, and maybe being more of an independent thinker about stuff. That I hope some of that is clear in conversation, but just like, as someone with a non-normative sexuality, that's made me think more about my sexuality and have to come up with answers, like we talked about, which I don't think I'd have otherwise. And I wouldn't say that has always been a pleasant experience, but I think I maybe, like, to the degree which I know myself a little bit better for having to have had these conversations with myself, around what I think is acceptable and what that says about me and my sexuality,
Absolutely. No, that makes a lot of sense. And that kind of ties into, do you have an opinion, whether it be on fetish or sexuality or both, that you used to hold, you consider outdated, or you don't hold it any longer, and what made you change your mind about that?
I'm gonna come back to that in one second.
Sure.
There's one thing I wanted to say on the last one while
Yeah,
I'm thinking
please.
about that. But, like, I think I've noticed some of my peers, like, I'm not fully satisfied with my sort of personal sexual experiences. I think I've said that I'm trying to still figure stuff out around what I like best in terms of my sexuality and in terms of self-pleasure and stuff. But I think there's maybe an expectation, especially with straight men, of like that there's like kind of one way to do it, like with like terms of physical stuff, in terms of content stuff. And I don't think I've had that, that I think part of the fetish for me has also been able to say like, I know that there's other stuff out there. If I could find this part of myself, then there must be other things that are worth exploring, and in terms of both physical and content wise, um, in order to find something that I am satisfied with. And that's an ongoing journey. And, I'm still figuring that out. But I think everyone who's listening to this like deserves to like fully enjoy their sexuality. And they may not always have that, but if you're not feeling that way, then I think you just have to like keep digging, ask yourself what you really want. Maybe even separate yourself from the stuff that you think you want sometimes, which is what my experience has been.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and I think that could be very helpful to people, for sure. I think it is a good, it's an important perspective to take and maybe step back and reanalyze, recontextualize, and think about it in a new way, because you never know what could open up.
Yeah. I think in terms of your question that was following that up though, I used to hold a position. I think I mentioned I was looking through some old diaries and stuff before this call to remember how I'd felt about this fetish stuff at various points in my life. And I had a conversation with a friend in high school that I was looking back on, um, where I was like very critical in talking with her about like how I didn't feel like there was maybe any way that that a fetish could be done sort of ethically and consensually. And I think that was hyperbolic back then. I think that there is definitely like there are ways to deal with that, to explore fetish in ways that don't have those problems. I think that as we've discussed a lot on here, like consent and ethics and stuff get messy in terms of fetishism, but there are ways to do it that are better or worse than others. And I think for me that probably contributed to a certain amount of shame back then, that I felt like there was no way to sort of handle this in a way that felt acceptable. And I don't really feel that way anymore. I think that there are ways, and maybe for me, it is less often now. My dissatisfaction with the fetish is less about like thinking that it is wrong or something, or feeling like it is unethical, than it just, like in a literal, very literal, physical, sensational way, just doesn't do as much for me as when I'm doing stuff without it, even if I know it's still part of me and still, does something on its own.
No, sure, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. I cannot say how much I appreciate you for taking this time, and this extensive time, actually, to talk and really dive into not only you, but also, I mean, burp fetish, of course, but just in general, this It sounds pretentious to call it a sphere of intellectual thought, but it's the first thing that came to mind. But
I don't think that's a wrong way to put it. I think that there is a refusal often to engage with it as a sphere of intellectual thought, but it is, right?
for
And
sure.
I think that like one would expect there to be like academic writings about this, and I just don't think there are enough of us who are in those kind of spaces to have that out there. But I think that like it is an important area of discussion nonetheless,
I,
even if it
I
hasn't been like made valid by academia or something.
100% agree. And that actually goes back to what I was saying about, this show kind of being in response to that one study about fire fetish is like, it's not enough. And if I have some interest and, desire to bring this discussion in a pre-academic setting or whatever, if this inspires academia or whatever, it doesn't matter. But the point is, I desired more information to be out there, for my own sake, for the fetish's sake, for all fetishes sake, or whoever could be helped by this idea and this kind of intellectual exchange of ideas, in a which where um nobody on here is necessarily an expert, but we know ourselves, and we, or at least we know ourselves to the best degree that we know ourselves anyways, and we can speak
Mhm.
about those experiences, and I think give a perspective, whether it be to academia eventually or just in general to other people um needing to know that other people out there exist and have these ideas and have them, um not only in the porn space but also in the intellectual space, or the wanting to explore the ideas behind them. And I think that's the whole goal. And my whole point of all that basically was to thank you for your contribution today in that discussion, in this I don't know, call it a knowledge base, but in this place of community for sure, for fart fetish. But my hope is all fetishes, and ideally all people, a broad spectrum of people, can grab from this. And your you being on today is definitely going to be a big part of that for sure. My actually last question for you, before I let you go, is what are your thoughts on the future of burp fetish, and whether that be for yourself or the burp fetish community at large, or both?
I think it's hard to say in terms of community at large. I don't, perhaps it's because I'm not super involved in a very direct way with like other people in the community. I don't know what their feelings on it are most of the time. I think like we've seen changes to stuff in terms of like the media landscape. Like with the Pornhub purge, I think fundamentally changed a lot of ways people access media. Like TikTok as a platform has changed a lot of stuff that I see in terms of how media is discussed. But on a personal level, I've distanced myself a lot from how media is shared within fetish communities, and instead I'm finding artists that I find interesting and some models that I'm interested in, and just seeking out content from them. In some ways, like I think I engage with my fetish more as like just a checking up on whatever is like coming out from those places that I'm already interested in, rather than like well, I need to get off on something, so I'm gonna just look for something. It's more like, well, is there a new piece of artwork from these artists I like? Is there a new game out? Whatever that may be, just to say like, is there something I'm looking for? And if not, I don't need to get off to that, right? Which I find reassuring. I think uh, it's hard to say whether stuff's going to be more normalized in the future, or what that will look like, whether people will come out. I think in general, I do hope that fetish in general is something that people can talk more publicly about. And I really do anticipate in the future it's something I'm going to be able to talk more publicly, openly about, um, outside of my alias here, uh, in the IRL world or in my art. Um, but I'm not sure exactly what that will look like, how specifically that'll take shape. But I think it's something where I think in order to like engage with it as part of me while also um, not like overly stigmatizing it for myself. Like it kind of has to be a little more open. I think it has to be something where I accept this is part of me. It's also not like all there is to me, both as a person or to my sexuality. It interacts with a lot of other stuff, but it isn't the only thing. And I know you've talked a lot about, like, on the podcast before, just like understanding other fetishists as like people who have other interests and stuff. And I'd love to have more conversations like this with other fetishists in the burp fetish community or otherwise. But it's just kind of hard to like most people who are looking to like have calls or whatever are going in with a sort of an intention of a more fetishistic, pornographic kind of conversation where it's going to be more like engaging with the fetish, like burping on a call or whatever, which is just not what I'm interested in. I don't create content like that, and I'm not really interested in that with other people. But like, I think having these discussions is important, and if any of your listeners want to talk more with me, I would love that. I think some of the stuff I've said here might be a little bit controversial in some of a few points I've made. So I'm always happy to talk more about it and discuss more, because really I just haven't had the real opportunity to get into this. And I really thank you for having me, even as someone who's a little bit outside of the scope of this podcast, to be able to talk about this, because it's good to talk about it. It feels good to be able to just like put it out there openly and talk about the complications that come with it.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's been my pleasure as well, and I have no doubt that there's some crossover, some that have been spoken on the show, and maybe even some that have not, into the burp fetish. So I'm not concerned that this is outside of people's interest of the audience who listens to this show. And I think beyond that, the intellectual contribution is beyond whatever fetish we're talking about is infinitely important. And to go to one of your points as well, the intellectual stimulation or the cultivating of an intellectual community, I think is important too. To speak of your, like, going into chat room or a chat call and expecting it to basically be some kind of pornographic or adult setting rather than a, like, let's have an intellectual discussion. And I think that's very important.
Yeah. Like, I've definitely, like, there's a whole, like, personal sort of side on the burp fetish forums where people, like, mostly hopelessly are looking for people to burp for them. Um, but like, I wish that there was more sort of space in that, because I know there are people who live near me in the city I live in, and it's like, if they wanted to have like a meetup, some kind of meetup or something, just to talk about stuff, I would be so down for that. I think that would be really exciting, but I just wouldn't want it to be in kind of a like, let's get together and satisfy our fetishes in like a sexual way, which is kind of what it always seems to be. Um, if I could also comment a little bit about the overlap thing, because I think that's interesting. Like, yeah, I loved hearing about. I think Dill has spoken about it a fair bit on the podcast when he's appeared, mentioning having the burp fetish, which I thought was exciting to hear. And it makes a lot of sense, right? That the burp and fart fetishes would be kind of overlapping. Like, they do hold kind of a similar social space, cultural space. That like the reasons for having one would probably combine with the other. I think it's interesting though that I don't have both, right? Like, there was actually a time in my life when I was a kid, when I was first getting into it, where I was looking at both burp and fart content. And at a certain point, like, it wasn't necessarily like a revulsion or disgust, but I realized I just wasn't really getting much out of the fart stuff. Like, I liked the sort of the butt aspect of it, but the actual farting itself wasn't really appealing to me, and I don't really get anything out of that content today, and mostly just try to kind of avoid it without. I don't want to shame anybody in this space, but it's just not my thing. But it's like, if you ask me to logically explain my burp fetish, like, I don't think I could do it in a way that wouldn't also make sense for the fart fetish, which maybe is like a point to why like there's not really a logical explanation for a lot of this stuff, right? Like, I'm into what I'm into, and it feels somewhat inexplicable. Like, could I have been into something else? Maybe. But I happen to be into burping, and that's like, and there's adjacent stuff to that I'm also into, but it's mostly just this, or on this side of this kind of fetish sphere, I'm not into the fart stuff, and I can't really like justify why not, even though so much of what appeals to me with the burp fetish maybe does cross over. And I guess the same for you, why you're interested in fart stuff but not burps, or I assume for a lot of your listeners the same way.
Yeah, it's true. It is very true. Yeah, I mean, me personally, I'm not like anti in any way, but yeah, certainly not an attraction or a fetish for certain. Um just an element that could be used, I guess, toolkit, I guess, as it were. But yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's true. It's very true that by all in you know, by all means, it seems like it should be uh the same. It should be like the factors that lead up to the fetish itself, the narrow element, all seem very similar. But yeah, it does speak to people's very individualistic journey in these spaces, because it is, uh, w- you know, on the even on the show, we all kind of have a different path we took to get here as well. So
Mhm.
it's
If I could
interesting. It's interesting.
comment more on that, like, I feel like when I imagine what it will be like when I sort of come out to someone with this, when I make it clear, it kind of feels like these situations often involve a certain amount of justification, right? A sort of like trying to rationalize what is interesting to you about a fetish, right? Like I don't know if that's been your experience, but if I tell someone I have a burp fetish, then I kind of have to also explain like why I'm into that in some kind of way that they can understand. And I think that's kind of a failing, right? Like I can't really rationalize it to myself. I know that it works for me, but it's not something that like you could explain to another person besides that it just happens to work for me. And I can talk about it. I mean, we've been here for a few hours. I think it's clear that I can talk about it, but I can't justify it or rationalize why it is this and not something else.
It's very true. It's very true. I mean, we can, while I may be, it's funny. I feel like I can answer not origin, but the reason of why to the fart fetish is answered by another kink. But the answer to that kink,
Mhm.
degradation, that is to say, but
Yes.
the answer to that kink doesn't have one. That one is not as even if, farting is degradation, why do I want to be degraded? And it goes back to what you said. I don't think we ever explicitly used the word constructive, or also called reconstructive memory. This idea that we kind of give ourselves a rationalization, a post rationalization towards what why, almost whether to be answered that social question that someone asks us to get healthcare, as you'd mentioned in your emails, and I think here on the podcast as well. um Kind of like giving us that justification of why instead of just in being able to embrace, it's like, this is my sexuality, this is the way it's kind of come out. There is almost like a need to or a feeling like you need to justify why you have such a odd sexuality or sexual expression.
Mhm. And I just think it's a losing argument. You can't really justify it. I
Certainly.
do try to like have discussions around fetish stuff with friends. Like oftentimes just like asking them about their fetishes. Like even though I make it clear that I'm not comfortable sharing mine, I make it clear that I also do have one. Like I had a conversation with a friend recently where we were just going through different stuff, and we were talking about media around cannibalism, and like they were sort of talking about how they found like stories about cannibalism as kind of a metaphor for like all-consuming love, sort of like compelling to them, like in an artistic, almost romantic way, but not necessarily like a fetish way.
Sure.
And I was like, oh, well, do you know about vor? Because it seems like vor follows a lot of the same sort of thought processes. And I mostly meant it kind of as a joke to see like just how they felt about that line of thinking, and they didn't know, so I had to like explain it to them. And it's like she was just asking me like, well, why are people into this? And it's like I cannot answer that um, for you, like because I couldn't answer it for my fetish, and I actually after that I've been thinking a lot about vor recently, both because of how it overlaps with the burp fetish, but also how it just maybe signifies a kind of less. I don't. Okay, this. I think I said I was going to talk about more vor stuff later, so this is that later.
Please, let's do it.
I think I tabled that. um, there's a lot of vor content that overlaps with burp fetish content, right?
Sure.
And for me, whenever I've engaged with that, I'm never really interested in the vor. Like the vor exists, I can get past it. Like it's not like a turn off, but it's not really doing anything for me. But more recently, I think as like I've had kind of shifts in my sexuality and interests and stuff, some of which may be linked to like changes in hormones and things. Like I've had certain like fantasies about just like being inside of someone, not necessarily being swallowed or eaten in like a literal way, but like just the feeling of being like held in that kind of intimate space. where it's like it feels kind of outside of my fetish interests where vores overlap, but it's also like kind of another way that vor has entered my life. And the funny thing, or I don't know if it's funny, but the odd thing is I felt surprisingly comfortable talking about that with other people. When I was mentioning this, like sharing with my friend about vor, she asked me like, "Oh, show me a picture of it," and it kind of freaked me out because I started Googling it, and like all the posts had like burp fetish stuff, or it seemed adjacent enough where I didn't feel comfortable. Like, and there was like one part of me that was like, maybe I should just pull up my fetish Twitter and just let her scroll through that to see like what maybe the good stuff looks like. But I was like, I can't do that. Obviously, that's stupid. But like once I sort of was able to, like once vor became something that maybe existed outside of the burp fetish, it was something I could just like talk about. Like I posted on Twitter that I was looking at Wikipedia's vor page, and they had like a description of it that I found really um really captivating in terms of just trying to like encapsulate why vor is interesting to people. And I'm not sure it really speaks to me exactly, but I guess it kind of does speak a little bit. If you don't mind, I'm going to read that quote from the vor Wikipedia page, which is or vorophilia Wikipedia page, which is most vorophiles are not overly interested in sadomasochism. Instead, they get their pleasure from the psychological aspects, such as the total annihilation of identity. Which I don't know, that just phrase, the total annihilation of identity, is like captivating to me. Like, yeah, there is a certain sexual interest in that maybe goes beyond like the literal imagery of a person eating another person, you know? But like, I think I do have certain sexual interests in that kind of like loss of identity and stuff that's maybe easier to talk about in a way that's like linked with a vor, but I'm not like seeking vor artwork out in a way that's like almost like the things I do find compelling about vor in a kind of sexual way are almost more like poetic, you know? There's like a poetic quality to vor that I'm interested in, or at least intrigued by, that's kind of lost in a lot of the art, even if the art is done well, and I do like some of the art for other reasons, you know? But it's odd to me that I can talk, like I felt more comfortable talking about the vor stuff just like as a public thing, where I'm not necessarily saying that I'm like into it, but also saying that I find some of the language to describe it to be compelling to me, I suppose.
Very interesting. That is very interesting. I find it very relatable in the in the sense of I mean, I guess I would use rather than what was it, loss of identity?
Yeah, the annihilation of identity.
And in a similar vein, I mean, I call it loss of autonomy, but it feels like a similar type of idea, you know, me and the Dom's heart perspective. So I'm not trying to muddy the water, as these are similar, but at the same time, that feeling of that, whether it be loss of identity in one side of the perspective, loss of autonomy in another way of saying kind of a similar thing, but not quite. You're still physically existent, I guess, just not autonomous anymore. But yeah, I think there's something to that feeling that I personally feel is very relatable. I'm sure other people would relate as well. So I kind of agree with that analysis of that being a compelling. Wikipedia is usually not that compelling, so I find that very intriguing that it is in such case for vor.
Well, I imagine there are very specific people who are going to be updating that page who are
Sure.
maybe trying to justify it a little bit more. And I guess that's why I brought it up, is it's just like I can't justify my fetish, but also like even if I don't really like vor as such, like the justification does appeal to me for vor, you know, which is kind of an odd complication there. And one that I may be easier to talk about. And also like there's like I feel like I talk about like fetish stuff as separate, but most of the time when I talk about fetish stuff, it's generally talking about like stuff related to the burp fetish, or stuff that's related to some of like the weight gain aspects that I kind of am like sort of tangentially interested in, and some of that stuff, or like, you know, some of the light feederism stuff that I find somewhat compelling as well in terms of like adjacent to the burp fetish. But like I feel like my more like what I've called my normative sexuality is probably like no less fetishistic. Like it exists in a similar realm, and like what I was just talking about with the vor stuff, like wanting that kind of loss of identity. Like, and I've also been thinking about like pet play stuff recently, where I'm not really sure if I want that, but also like I found myself fantasizing about it a bit more recently. as an aspect of maybe what I would call my normative sexuality, but really just is stuff that exists outside of the burp fetish and exists in maybe a more like physical way, which is maybe a little bit odd to call that normative, but it's still the experience I've had with it.
Maybe you're being impressed upon by your music. You did mention that artist who basically embraces furry. Maybe it's just seeping in. No, I'm kidding completely.
No, that's what I've said. Is like I was quoting Hamlet when I said like there's the line in Hamlet where Queen Gertrude is like the lady doth protest too much. And I keep using that for myself because I've been like I'm not into vor, but I do like this quote on the Wikipedia page, or I'm not into furries, but I do like this. And it's like you know, at a certain point maybe the but is a little bit less exaggerated there, and I have to accept that some of that maybe has been normalized enough for me where I'm just into it to a certain degree, but I'm not really sure. I can't like claim full identity shift with that, and I you know I don't have any interest in like fursuits right now or that sort of thing. But I think like taking on a certain animal quality in a sexual scenario has a certain appeal to me, in the same way that like fantasizing about the annihilation of identity has a certain appeal to me. That I'm not sure how those really develop.
For sure, absolutely. Before I officially let you go, is there anything else you'd like to cover before I sign us off?
I think I've definitely felt a certain discomfort. Like I mentioned, like in fetish spaces, like the sense that like everyone there is a straight man and all that. That I'm kind of like coexisting with in a lot of these spaces. That's maybe kind of discomforting as a trans lesbian. Like that it kind of implicitly positions me alongside men's sexuality, even if I feel like I'm engaging with it in a different way, and it's still, you know, it's kind of invalidating, and it's kind of hard for me sometimes to fully like to feel like feminine within those spaces when it feels like that's not the expectation. And I think part of me still understands like the burp fetish is something that I was into when I identified as a man or a boy, you know, and it's hard to kind of like view that as something I can be into as a woman and a lesbian, you know. So which is maybe not totally like accurate to the experiences that I see online. Like I know a lot of the artists I follow on Twitter are trans women as well, and I think that's really cool to see that. So it's not like we're not out there in this community, but it's interesting to see which spaces we do occupy and which ones we don't. And I think generally just like, you know, women's sexualities, I think get not expressed enough in general, especially for queer women. And, you know, I think navigating what feels comfortable for me as a trans woman in terms of the sexuality that feels comfortable to me and doesn't make me feel dysphoric about myself is often, you know, a complicated thing. And I think seeing more women discussing their experiences about how they can have a fetish like this and also still feel like a woman is maybe important, where I find it valuable. Like I posted something on the forums recently just asking like how many other queer women there were like on there that maybe weren't super like open about that part of their identity, but maybe would be willing to share it when asked, because like it does kind of feel like um you know, like with your fetish too, it's like there is a an expectation that basically everyone who's interacting with it is a man, right? That even though we know that's not true, and you've had guests, or at least a guest on here who's been a woman who's talked about her experiences, that a lot of it is very sort of like there is the straight men and the gay men, and those are the two sides. And like I mentioned with the forums, there's the male media and female media, and they can kind of be divided, but the expectation is that those are essentially for straight men and gay men respectively, you know. And it's kind of difficult sometimes to navigate that space as a trans woman.
Absolutely. No, it is. It is. I can imagine. I can absolutely imagine. Like I don't, unfortunately, I don't have any experience in that realm. But yes, I can imagine the you know, as quick as change may come, and it's, I would say maybe not quick enough, there's still going to be aspects where it is not people's full sexual expression and gender expression and all these things are not accounted for and not like considered in a way that people didn't think about originally when they, you know, made this website or made this forum or whatever. But hopefully in time we'll change and learn to accommodate better, or cater to better would be a better word to use.
Yeah, I think that would be a hope, right? I think that a lot of people like, you know, sexuality is complicated, as we even mentioned on the podcast. But I think that like having discussions around it is kind of the only way, being open about your experiences. And I think like I could absolutely exist on the fetish forums in a way that never mentions my gender, just as someone who also consumes female media, as they kind of abstract it there. But I think talking about being a trans woman and how that affects my experiences with with my sexuality in general and also with the fetish, how those two things intertwine is maybe important. And I know there are other trans women on the forums, and if there are other people who are like in the early stages of transition, I would want them to see that, and be able to understand that these things can coexist.
Absolutely. Absolutely valid. 100%. This conversation has not only been enlightening, but also just delightful in general. It's been quite enjoyable to talk to you for this period. It's flown by, despite the length it will be. Like I did not feel like it was it was just wonderful to talk to you. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but it was just wonderful to talk to you for this time. And I appreciate you letting us into your world and really your intellectualizations into all this. I think are going to be important for all of us within the community, regardless of fetish, or no fetish for that matter. So I cannot, like I say, cannot thank you enough for coming on, taking this time, and speaking with us today, because it really is important. I'm glad you took the time to reach out and that we got to have this conversation, because I think it's really important.
Yeah. I want to make sure it's very clear on my side too. This has been a pleasure to talk about this, and I'm always happy to talk more about this with any of your audience members if they want to reach out to me. I'm under Deae Ructum under all my social media in terms of fetish stuff, and you should be able to reach out to me, on Twitter or the burp fetish forums, because I'd always just love to talk more about this. Or if you ever end up having any more like panel discussion sort of calls, I'd love to be included on those. But really, it's just great to be able to talk about this stuff with somebody. And I've been looking forward to this since we planned it. Like I've been telling all my friends, like, oh, I'm going to be on this podcast. You can't listen to it. I can't tell you what the podcast is called, but I'm going on this fetish podcast. I'm very excited about it. So I have been looking forward to this.
Well, I'm
And
glad.
it's lived up to it.
I'm glad. I'm very glad to hear that. And yeah, it's been enlightening. It's been wonderful. So I really appreciate it. And until the next time we talk to you, Deae, take care.
Thank you so much, Raj. It's a pleasure.